Gender-Based Violence in Academia, organized by the Spanish Ministry of Universities on the occasion of the Spanish Presidency of the Council of the European Union, with the collaboration of UNISAFE and the University of the Basque Country. UNISAFE is an European Union-funded project that works towards ending gender-based violence in research organizations and universities by generating knowledge and translating it into operational tools and recommendations. This second conference will be held after the first one, which took place during the Czech presidency in Prague, and in which the government of Spain signed with the Ministries of Science and Innovation and universities the call for action working towards safe and respectful higher education and research to all, call for action to end gender-based violence. The aim of the present conference is to gain a deeper understanding of the reality of gender-based violence in the field of higher education, as well as to share strategies for its reduction and elimination based on the study and experience of experts in the field, both in academia and in the area of public administrations. Many thanks to all the exceptional experts for coming, as well as to all the attending institutions. We hope you enjoy the conference and that many useful lines of work and commitments will come out of it. Welcome everybody. Welcome to the second conference, Ending Gender-Based Violence in Academia.
Ok, bueno, entonces voy a volverlo a decir después de...
I'm going to say this again. Good afternoon and welcome.
Gender-Based Violence in Academia. Buenas tardes y bienvenidas todas a la segunda conferencia para acabar.
Good afternoon and welcome to the second conference ending gender-based violence in academia. My name is Maria Bustelo Resta. I'm a professor of political science and administration at the Complutense University of Madrid, and I'm a partner of the UNISAFE European Consortium funded by the EU through the 2020 Horizon Framework Program. The subtitle of the program is Making Universities and Research Organizations Safe from Gender-Based Violence. This is a project we've worked on since 2021. We've been studying the gender-based violence in academia, and we've proposed solutions, and we've studied possible solutions to this problem. First of all, we would like to thank the authorities who are present here today, Secretary General for Universities, Deputy Government Representative, Deputy Mayor, councillors, Vice Chancellor team of the University of the Basque Country, and General Director for the Generalitat in Catalonia. We would also like to mention the delegation of the Chilean government present here today. They are Secretary and Executive Secretary for the Council for Education. Thank you very much for accepting the invitation. We would also like to welcome the Vice Chancellors, the Vice Chancellors' teams, and the colleagues working for the equality committees at Spanish universities. We also have to salute the UNISAFE partnership. We can greet colleagues from the European Federation for Science in France, the Gothenburg and Örebro University in Sweden, the Oxford Brookes in the UK, the Alleghenian University in Poland, the Social Sciences Institute in Germany, the Sociology Institute of the Czech Republic, the Lithuanian Center for Social Sciences, and Yellow Window Consultancy from Belgium. We would also like to thank the colleagues coming from different universities and research centers and who are with us today. They are very welcome, and we also salute the people joining us through streaming online and who've somehow participated in the good course of UNISAFE for the diagnosis and analysis of gender-based violence in academia and higher education, and also through different workshops for the development of solutions and tools to address these violences from universities, research centers, and funding institutions. We are here today because the Spanish government is clearly committed with the fight against sexist violence and sexist and sexual harassment. In this regard, the Ministry for Universities wanted to echo this commitment during the Spanish presidency of the EU. Therefore, the government has set as a priority for the educational agenda the fight against gender-based violence in universities and research centers. So with this purpose, the Ministry for Universities and its presidency has collaborated with the UNISAFE project in order to learn more about gender-based violence in university education and how this can be translated into operational tools and recommendations for universities, research bodies, and decision makers in higher education. This collaboration translates into the celebration of this second conference. We're going to start the opening session and we are going to introduce the different authorities. I would like to ask the presence of Eva Pereira, the Vice Chancellor of the University of the Basque Country.
Arratsaldeon guztioi, UNISAFE Scientific Coordinator, Secretario General de Universidad.
Secretary General for Universities. So we're experiencing some sound difficulties at the moment. Welcome everybody to this international conference. We have a lot of people coming from many different countries to our universities, and we wish them a pleasant stay. And we hope this conference will have good results. So be welcome in name of the University of Basque Country.
Ending gender-based violence in academia, which is taking place here in our university, the University of the Basque Country. We are the highest research and teaching institution in our country. Near 400,000 professionals from all fields of knowledge have already graduated in our university, and we are located among the world's 500 top universities according to Shanghai ranking. So we are very proud of the excellent teaching and research level we have achieved in different areas. But overall, we are very proud because our work has been done always defending equality and based on values against any kind of violence or discrimination. Therefore, our university is firmly committed to fighting gender-based violence. And for us, it's a great honor to be hosting this conference over the next 2 days, and at the same time to make a special contribution to this meeting, because we have things to share. For instance, we have a specific protocol against gender violence, a main tool to address all types of gender or orientation violence that affects anyone in our community where the priority is the safety of the victim and the proposal for reparatory measures. And in the field of prevention, we have 2 training programs in Tartu, addressed to girl students, and Eraldatzen aimed at raising awareness about these issues aimed at the student voice, intended that they become aware of this problem. And now, more than 200 students participated every year in these programs, and the goal is to reach more people and extend it through the whole university. Because we must make campuses completely safe spaces. Because university is the place of the world, the place to exchange ideas. And there is no room for violence in academia. So I think that this conference will be very useful for this purpose, to share experiences, to learn from the work of others, and therefore I clearly appreciate the presence of professors and experts from different countries, different universities, participating in the workshop activities throughout these days. Y permítanme terminar agradeciendo.
Please let me finish by thanking the Ministry for Universities, represented by our dearest José Manuel Pingarón, for making this university and this town the venue for this international conference, because it's important that we hold this conference. It's important that we also contribute to it. Finally, enjoy these days, exchange experiences and opinions, of course, but also take the opportunity to take a look around Bilbao, enjoy the food, the wine, if you please, and of course learn something about our culture.
Bilbao, enjoy life in our public university. Thank you very much for your attention. Muchas gracias, and as Basque, eskerrik asko.
Eskerrik asko, rectora. Ahora damos paso.
Now we are going to hand the floor over to the Deputy Mayor of Bilbao, Amaia Arregui.
Arratsaldeon guztioi. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, everyone. As it's been said, be welcome to Bilbao. On behalf of the Bilbao City Council, we would like to thank the organizers for inviting us to this second conference ending gender-based violence in academia. This seminar is closely linked to the participation of and the stance of the Bilbao City Council in this context. We have a double perspective, a local and an international one. We want to respond to the needs of the Bilbao citizens in a coherent way with consistent values that define the city and its citizens. Since 2006, we have a strategic cross-cutting project focused on values. It is the axis of all our actions. It is a project that is complemented with an action plan defined in the 2030 agenda, which is geared towards our local agenda. Since 2022, our city is the venue for the 2030 agenda of the UN. We have a real commitment with the Sustainable Development Goals. Having said this, it is clear that equality is a strategic topic for us. Gender-based violence is an important problem affecting girls and women in our environment. This is not an isolated problem. It is the reflection of deeply rooted inequalities in our society. It affects women of all ages, ethnic origins, and social strata, and it damages their social and mental well-being. This session is a great opportunity for reflection and to start a dialogue about this topic. It is the time to define strategies and share good practices, as the UPV Vice Chancellor has said. Like this, we will be able to avoid and face gender-based violence situations better. Universities are central in training future generations and in the generation of knowledge, and therefore we play a key role in the fight against gender-based violence. It is a very interesting and necessary approach for a university city as Bilbao. We have a clear goal. We want to eradicate gender-based violence in our city. So to this end, the City Council is working very hard so that everyone living in our town can enjoy the same rights regardless of their gender. This is about preventing violence, but protecting victims, empowering women, promoting reparation, and fostering equality in our academic institutions. It's a cross-cutting commitment. We take care of all women, in particular those who are suffering gender-based violence. We coordinately work in the different areas of the City Council, equal opportunity social action, which is the council that I run. But this is a joint effort. All the political forces and the mayor leading them work towards the commitment of eradicating gender-based violence. We want to work for women who've suffered gender-based violence. We work with urgency and provide comprehensive, specialized and coordinated care and assistance to women who've suffered any type of sexist violence. When we talk about ill treatment, we can be talking about threats or lack of freedom and many other things. And we are not alone here. In the Basque Country, we also work with other institutions. We have a third agreement with which we want to provide better services. In that context, there are several administrations and institutions we work with, including the healthcare service. The goal is to continue working towards prevention of gender-based violence in all spheres: education, health, safety, security, politics, because no sector is free from violence and from sexist violence. Today, women are committed and aware. We know very well we have the same rights as men, and we know what abuse of power means, what sexual abuse means, and what physical or mental ill treatment means. We are ready to go forward. So let's continue raising awareness in the citizenship. So I hope that after these days we can come closer to a world where everyone is treated with dignity regardless of their gender, and they can live lives free of all types of violence. I encourage you to participate in the discussions and share your views. We will be looking out for your conclusions. Only through our common effort can we achieve a real change in society and move on as a more egalitarian and inclusive society.
Damos paso a la lectura del texto de la comisaria.
Now we are going to read out the text of the European Commissioner for Innovation, Research, Culture, Education and Youth, Isabel Rodriguez, representative of the Ministry for Universities in Brussels, is going to read it out for us. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Dear participants, I welcome you at this important event. Gender-based violence has no place in our democratic European societies, nor in our higher education or research institutions. It is unacceptable that 62% of the 42,000 staff and students respondents declare having experienced at least one form of gender-based violence while working or studying at their institution. These are the results of a groundbreaking prevalence survey carried out by the Horizon 2020 project UNISAFE. Its rich outputs are presented in this second conference on ending gender-based violence in academia. The European Commission is committed to urgently addressing and tackling this issue. Our European higher education and research system must be safe, respectful, and free from gender-based violence. With Horizon Europe, our biggest research and innovation program, the European Commission made gender equality plans an eligibility criterion for every higher education institution, research organization, and public body. Having in place measures against gender-based violence, including sexual harassment, is among the 5 recommended thematic areas promoted in the gender equality plans. We must act actively, together with member states, Horizon Europe associated countries, and stakeholder organizations. Our common policy framework to achieve this goal is the European Research Area. Its policy agenda 2022-2024 includes a specific Action 5 dedicated to promoting gender equality and fostering inclusiveness. One of the 4 deliverables set for this action is to develop a strategy to counteract gender-based violence, including sexual harassment, in the European research and innovation system. The work is advancing. A specific task force on gender-based violence has just been created to propose a zero-tolerance code of conduct on gender-based violence on research and innovation. Fighting gender-based violence is high on the agenda of the Presidency of the Council of the European Union, and as the Czech Republic did a year ago, as Spain is doing today, is paving the way to advance at European level. I commend the Spanish Ministry of University for the initiative and the leadership in organizing this important conference. You have my full support towards our common goal to a safe European academic and research and innovation system for all. I wish you all good discussions. Thank you very much.
Ahora damos paso al mensaje del ministro.
Now we are going to hear the message from the Ministry for Universities, Joan Subirats. I'm sorry, but we cannot hear the video from the interpretation booth.
Es evidente que me hubiera gustado estar.
Obviously, I would have loved to be with you today, but it was impossible for me to attend. We are deeply committed these days with the implementation process of university micro-credentials, and this has prevented me from coming to Bilbao and join you today. But I wish to be present here somehow, even if it's online, to thank all the stakeholders involved in the preparation of this session, in particular the UNISAFE partnership for the great work they have done, in particular in the last months in relation to this conference. I was discussing with Maria Bustelo about this the other day, and she said there was a great involvement and that this conference is of utmost importance to continue moving forward. As I said, I would like to thank the University of the Basque Country as well for their commitment, and all the authorities present, as well as the speakers and the attendants for their presence and their contributions to these sessions. Gender-based violences are present in universities. This is obvious, and this is very clear after seeing the work from UNISAFE. And the cases that the Me Too movement has brought to light confirms it. So, as universities, we cannot turn a blind eye to this reality. We are forced to listen to what is happening and take all necessary measures to reduce and end with these gender-based violence in the academia, because otherwise it would be very difficult for us to achieve what the EU claims, the fact that the universities project European values. And one of the key topics in this projection of values is actually ending gender-based violences. The organic law for universities has represented great progress in this regard, but we cannot be content with that, and we need to continue moving forward, because the data we have on discrimination, harassment, and other gender-based violences show that we cannot stop making efforts. So I wish you a great conference, and I leave you in the hands of the Secretary General for Universities, who will express more firmly the commitment of the government with this topic. First of all, so, Secretary General for Universities, José Manuel Piñarrón, the floor is yours.
Bueno, pues en primer lugar, buenos días.
Good morning. Well, good afternoon, actually.
Efectivamente, lo primero que hay que hacer en un acto de este...
The first thing one has to do in such a conference is to thank and welcome all the people who've come from other universities and who've made it possible that we are here today. We have an important participation from the Bilbao City Council. Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor Amaya Regui, and your team for your welcome and for being here today. Obviously, the University of the Basque Country, my dear Vice Chancellor, my dear friend, it is always a pleasure to be here in Bilbao. The Deputy Representative of the government, thank you very much for catering for us all. And a special salute to the Chilean delegation who will speak later on. And of course, I would like to salute the European Commission, because this is an act from the EC and the Spanish Presidency of the European Council. From the Ministry for Universities, because of the Spanish Presidency, we decided to organize the second conference as a continuation of the one held in Prague in November 2022, in which the Spanish government participated actively. In that conference, we signed the document on ending gender-based violence in the academia, and it has inspired the government in the actions that they have put in place. I would just like to mention some of the actions that we have taken at the ministry in order to promote these actions against gender-based violence. As you know, we have a base law that is then developed by the different regions, and then the regions put them into place. We have 3 levels of administration, and their good work together makes this efficient. Royal Decree 640/21 from June 21 stated that we needed protocols on sexual harassment. Then the organic law on university establishes also this fight against gender-based violence. But the law establishes as compulsory something that the universities are already doing, which is that they have units for diversity and equality. This is mandatory, and it's not really hard to do. The Spanish university system is aware of this, and they've been implementing this for some years now. This good common work makes everything work fine. The fact that the gender equality plan and inclusion non-discriminatory plan, the fact that it is compulsory at universities is also very useful. Many universities were doing it because most universities are aware that we have to be the spearhead in the fight against gender-based violence. And if in academia, we have cases like these. What is outside the academia can be even worse. So we have to really be the spearhead. So when it comes to the law, there are some sentences that are very clarifying about what the goal is. It is said that in harassment, sexual discrimination, or any forms of discrimination, as I was discussing with the deputy mayor of Bilbao, there are many actions that are connected, and the phobias we hear about are connected to this law, will have to be prevented on a primary and secondary level. And universities must have specific procedures for reporting these situations in order to avoid harm while these reports are being filed. Universities can dictate temporary measures, and also they can provide psychological support to the victims. All administrations have to be committed to this. Universities as the first line administration, but then regional administrations, local administrations, because the local environment is fundamental in order to limit these actions and to implement them. So being close to where the problem is very important. There are actions that have some keywords, for example, respect and protection for people, confidentiality for the people involved, speedy work, efficient work, impartiality, prevention of retaliation. There are several actions that are necessary, and I'm sure that you will talk about them during this conference so that they can be really efficient. So what is the goal of this conference? You know it better than me. The goal is to know more in depth the reality of gender-based violence in European higher education. And of course, we are sharing strategies to reduce it and eliminate it based on the study and expertise of experts in this field from the academia and public administrations. And the UNISAFE experience here is very important. There are 4 experiences that are very important for the universities. The first, how gender-based violence affects people and universities. The second one, how universities and research centers respond to gender-based violence. The third one, advances and challenges in eradicating gender-based violence and promotion of substantial equality in higher education. In this case, we have the experience of the Chilean legislation. Thank you once more for being here. And finally, the recommendations for institutions and organizations. As the Minister, Joan Subirats, was saying, as institutions, we have to listen and we have to learn and also take any necessary measures to reduce and end with this type of violence in universities. This is a priority and a key part for society because we are at the forefront in Europe. So I wish you a very good conference. I'm looking forward to listening to the different European and Spanish experts. It is a privilege as the Ministry for Universities and as presidents of the EU Council, it is a privilege to organize this conference with the University of the Basque Country. And our eyes and ears are wide open because the conclusions from this conference will be used to implement solutions in order to move forward in this topic. Thank you so much.
Pues ahora damos.
Well, okay, now let's give the floor to the intervention by Professor Sophia Estrid from the University of Gothenburg, scientific coordinator of the UNISAFE project. Sophia, please, you have the floor.
So first, the thank yous. Thank you to everyone who's here. Thank you to the Ministry. Thank you to the University of the Basque Country. Thank you to Maria for coordinating the participation of the UNISAFE project in this conference. And to all the speakers who have already spoken and to the coming speakers. And thank you for letting me have this 10-minute intervention about violence and the UNISAFE project. Although we're now talking about the momentum, we're talking about that we need to address gender-based violence, this is not new. We've known about these impacts, the impacts of gender-based violence in academia and higher education for more than 50 years. We've seen case after case, and the knowledge has been built for a very, very long time. Although in this period, this problem has been moving from invisible to visible. It's moved from not being named to being named, framed, and addressed. We've seen extensive policy and legislation over the past years to address gender-based violence in higher education and research. And yet this problem persists. It persists in institutions, it persists in society, and it persists in all known organizations. So it's a problem for the entire European research area. In Europe, gender-based violence in academia reduces the well-being of students and staff. It reduces the participation and performance. It drives staff and students, women and marginalized groups out of academia, out of research. And it has a direct negative impact on both the quantity and the quality of research and education. And in consequence, and in the long run, this means that gender-based violence obstructs the access to academic freedom. And it means that higher education and research as legitimate democratic institutions are at stake. Gender-based violence is an extreme violation of human rights, we know this. It's an extreme expression of gender inequalities. It's a simultaneous cause and consequence of gender inequality, and it has serious, detrimental, sometimes deadly consequences for everyone involved, including victims, survivors, perpetrators, and bystanders. In terms of science, I conceptualize violence and gender-based violence as autotelic. This means that violence produces violence, and it means that multiple forms of gender-based violence are interrelated as to constitute a system of violence. Violence as a system underlines that violence is more than individual incidents or individual experiences. So violence as a system means that we're dismissing the narrative, which is often dominant, that describes gender-based violence as isolated, individual, or deviant incidents. And instead, we understand gender-based violence as part of a wider system of dominance, oppression, and power. And in this system of oppression, women, marginalized groups, and other minorities are the expected victims of violence. And the relatively powerful and the relatively privileged are the suspected perpetrators and beneficiaries of the violence that is being done. So violence as a system means that gender-based violence cannot be explained nor addressed without considering how seemingly individual experiences are both intersectional and how they relate to the wider context. And academia is part of this wider context and has its own system of violence. And academia as an organization has specific features that makes it a blueprint for gender-based violence. There are hierarchies of power structures structured by gender and age. There are asymmetric power relations with a strong dependence on senior staff. There's a neoliberal culture with unhealthy competition for grants, there's elitism, there's extreme individualism, and there's hyper-competition. And there's an extremely high reliance on mobile, precarious, short-term forms of employment and a lack of secure permanent employment, which again exacerbates the problem of gender-based violence. Now, UNISAFE started in 2021, and it was designed to reduce gender-based violence in academia and based on the knowledge that gender-based violence is part of a wider system of inequality, dominance, and oppression. In recognizing this way of thinking, the UNISAFE approach went beyond the conventional 3P model, which was based on addressing prevention, protection, and prosecution, and instead applied a holistic model for data collection and analysis based on prevalence, prevention, protection, prosecution, partnerships, provision of services, and policy. So we've used this 7P model to collect data and analyze their relation at the micro, meso, and macro levels. And we use this model to produce better knowledge on gender-based violence and to translate this knowledge into operational tools and recommendations for higher education, research organizations, and policymakers. So what have we found? I'll give you a brief overview because we'll be spending the next day and a half digging into the specifics of the research that we've conducted. The prevalence study that we heard reference to in the Commissioner's speech with 42,000 respondents across Europe didn't only show that nearly 2 in 3 students and staff have been subjected to some form of gender-based violence at work or study, it also showed that this violence is disproportional and it's the specific marginalized and minoritized groups that are at higher risk of experiencing gender-based violence. Digging deeper into the numbers, the UNISAFE individual interviews with 54 researchers across Europe showed a very similar pattern. Experiences of gender-based violence in research-performing organizations are usually not single, isolated, or accidental incidents. Instead, incidents are frequently reported, repeated, and, not reported, only repeated. We do not report, unfortunately. But these seemingly then individual incidents can last for months and even years in some cases. The institutional responses analyzed via 16 case studies, including interviews, focus group, field diaries, and maps of actors, showed that institutional responses often fail due to insufficient leadership support, insufficient resources, and individual and institutional resistances. The implementation of institutional measures largely depends on voluntary work, sustained by key actors' personal belief in gender equality and activism. And finally, the UNISAFE analysis of national and institutional policy and legal frameworks show that none of the analysed member states or institutions had a sufficient legal or policy framework to address prevalence, prevent violence, protect victims, prosecute perpetrators, engage in partnerships with relevant stakeholders, or to provide services to victims. Although some countries, including Spain, are doing slightly better than others. So to conclude, the good news is that we have now the knowledge and the tools to reduce gender-based violence in higher education and research, and to address the consequences. But the challenge is for us to use this knowledge and these tools, and for policymakers and leaders to provide proper, dedicated, and sustainable resources for us to do so, and for the commitment of a responsible political and academic leadership. Thank you.
Bien, pues esperemos que podamos tener una reunión un día y medio.
Well, let's hope we can have a meeting which is productive and enriching for us all. And as the Secretary General of the Universities has mentioned, we've got several panels this afternoon. We have 4 throughout this day and a half. So therefore, we officially inaugurate this conference. And before going on to session 1, we have the intervention of the General Director for the Eradication of Sexist Violence of the Generalitat in Catalonia, Doña Alaia Rosic. Alaia. Well, first of all, I want to thank on behalf of the Catalonian government to be able to participate today in this conference and to share how the Catalonian government has advanced decidedly in the fight, a struggle against sexist violence, also in the field, in academia and in research. This is a priority. A couple of years back, we created this equality and feminism department. We needed a structure to achieve the same level to make this cross-sectionality visible of the political action of the government. And for many decades, we know that sexist violence doesn't understand cultural or class levels. It's completely structural, and society is cross-sectioned by this patriarchal situation. And the universities are obviously affected by these. Since 2008, we have the law of right to women to eradicate sexist violence. It is intersectional approach, and which is aligned with the Istanbul Agreement, especially as regards to the responsibility of public powers against all types of violence towards women, including women and girls and trans girls or persons. For example, this law not only placed it in 2020, but it also recognized many other fields of violence, for example, apart from second-order violence, but the family, social, labor or unemployment, and also at in education, not only as a field that should detect and recognize certain violences, but it's a specific field where certain types of violence occur. So therefore, in this gender-based violence, so therefore there's a specific article as regards universities which says that obviously they should have training curricula to go against, fight against sexist violence. It's compulsory to have protocols, as has been mentioned also, and provide the observatories and the equality units and also complementary mechanisms in the internal processes for these survivors of this violence. The Act in 2020, or to law, this update at a regional level, allowed us to approve at the end of November last year a new framework protocol, which is a document which sets the standards, which is included in international agreements, the responsibility and the obligation of states to prevent and repair sexist violence. This framework is like an umbrella, like those sectorial protocols in which we have competencies, and it acts as health, education, and social services are included here, but it also acts, although in this framework protocol, we have guiding protocols which were made maintaining the university autonomy along with the Department of Universities. This protocol guides the university field to repair and with due diligence sexual harassment and violence, gender violence, or the expression of whatever gender. So therefore, anti-feminism and research and universities through a work process with the Commission of Women in Science. And it's a process which participated by survivors and experts in this process for listening. This was submitted in February this year. It also allows universities to update their own protocols vis-a-vis these new standards. And the protocol, or this guiding protocol, is set within three basic objectives. First is to provide, in a very specific way, quite practically, standards and recommendations so that each institution, each university, can ensure that the design, implementation of the prevention and repairing measures can be done, reparatory measures can be done with due diligence, also to apply it more structurally, and also specific cases when something you hear, but we don't initiate, or they don't dare to initiate the procedure or proceedings. That is, to place a lot of focus and a lot of practical examples from the preventive side of things to promote the second objective in the protocols of the enforced university protocols, and to set up a common system, quantitative and qualitative follow-up and assessment of all of this. So therefore, it includes aspects such as advisory and accompanying of the victims' service, the precautionary measures, and the repository measures, and for example, everything as regards to training in gender perspective and sexist violence of the people that intervene in the proceedings, and update or disciplinary proceedings vis-a-vis this protocol. So therefore, this guiding protocol at a university level is a qualitative leap forward towards this fight against harassment and violence, and above all because we understand that the focus now situation in prevention and in accompaniment of the victims, even when the violence situations have occurred outside the universities, without it be any member of the university community being to blame. So therefore the protocols were understood as a tool which is more sanctioning in nature, but the standards that are set up in this guiding protocol has a lot of guidelines for prevention, but also for repair, especially the autonomy of the women in the center on this, in the focus of things. So therefore, accompanying and also care of the professionals at the quality at universities, within the university setting, and with the law of resources and services, as was highlighted before, and also the necessary coordination between the protocols of different universities. To say it in a certain way, it seems to us that this guiding protocol for us is a second generation protocol. That's after the assessment over years of the existing protocols we had. It's another step towards applying this due diligence, but it can't go on its own, move on its own. We've doubled the funding for it at the university, prevention, the care, and the accompanying of these cases. Specific training has been prepared, not only to the governing bodies, but also to the legal advisors and prevention services who provide support and should apply part of this process to these cases. Yearly working of the cases, an assessment is being done at a yearly level, annually, and also an external service specialized in the accompaniment of cases that are especially complex in nature. And then to finish, And from a perspective of repair, we want to highlight two actions that we carried out in Catalonia. One is the inter-university agreements of this free transfer of reports. And also in this academic year, university studies are free for victims of sexist violence outside forced marriage or sexual violence. At the end of the day, thank you very much for giving us this moment and time and this conference to talk to you, and I wish you all to have very fruitful today and tomorrow that I'm sure we will all learn a lot about. Thank you.
Pues damos paso ya a la primera sesión.
Okay, let's go on to the first session. To the people who are on the panel today, how gender violence affects people and universities. So,
yeah.
Welcome everyone to this first session that will look at how gender-based violence affects people and university. Seems that it's okay. This session will focus on the research finding of the UNISAFE European project that you have already heard a bit about. And this session will be on the size and the scope of the problem of staff and students experiencing gender-based violence in academia. It will highlight prevalence and its consequences, as well as the reasons for the low reporting, disclosure of incidents, that we know that this is very common in all our universities. And also how this affects personal and professional lives of the ones that are victims or survivors of gender-based violence. Speakers will share their insights on the consequences the consequences of violence and reported experience of repeated experience of gender-based violence, and in particular its consequences for some groups. We will hear about individual stories that will give us some flesh to the problem that will be presented, including from an intersectional perspective. The workshop will then engage in a conversation between research findings and practices, as we will have examples from university coming from different contexts. And that will really show us the importance of evidence base in universities and research organizations, and how this evidence helps to take action and to tackle gender-based violence. Before I present I will not necessarily present everyone now. I will go with a presentation of everyone as the panelists as they speak. So I would like now to have the next slide, because I want to engage with you as the audience. The Metimeter slide. Okay, so here are the instructions for the Metimeter. As you know, perhaps it's a voting system, so I will ask you 2 questions. And to show these questions that I will also show to you, I would like you to either scan the QR code, if you manage from there where you are, or go to menti.com and enter the code 4240498. I see still some phone, so let's wait before we move on. Okay. Okay, let's go to the next slide with the questions that you perhaps already see on your screen if you are connected. So, first, do you think that gender-based violence is a problem in EU university? Yes, no, or to a certain extent? I think we are with the right audience, or at least we will not need to convince you about the fact that this is a problem, as this is really, you all agree that at least this is a problem to a certain extent. Okay, let's move on to the second question. So does your university collect data on gender-based violence? And here, there is a yes or a no, and in the yes you have yes about staff and student, or yes but among only staff, or yes but only among student. You can vote yes even if it's not systematic, but that you have some data that is collected, that are collected among staff or among student. Okay, and it's quite balanced. It's either yes or no, but still more yes, so that's a good news as well, so that there is some collection of data on gender-based violence. But it seems that it's really black or white. Either you do it or you don't. Okay, thank you very much. Let's move on now to our session, starting the presentation, and I will ask Anke Lipinsky to either stay there or join the desk to present her. So Anke is a senior researcher at Leibniz Institute for the Social Science, which is a center of excellence on women and science, and research focused on gender inequality in academia. And she was the person in charge of the UNISAFE survey, prevalence survey that was conducted. And so now she will present to us the main result of these findings. Thank you.
Thank you, Natalie. Thank you. Good afternoon. So I will talk about evidence on the size and scope and consequences of gender-based violence in higher education. You've heard some of the results already in the speeches before, so please get prepared for some more bad news. So I will present selected findings of the study, and I would like to start with my two key messages. Evidence supports that gender-based violence is a systemic problem in all academic institutions, and academic norms add specific risks and vulnerabilities to those vulnerabilities that already exist in society. I will elaborate on these 2 points by introducing to you some of the findings of the survey that we implemented, in the project, so it's the work of a larger team. And the survey that we implemented is the largest cross-cultural survey in organizations in Europe in the research sector on prevalence of gender-based violence and consequences. We collected over 42,000 responses in this survey, and we translated the survey questionnaire into 14 languages. In addition to English, it was rolled out to staff and students, and the field time was in spring 2022, and we surveyed in total 46 research organizations and universities in 15 countries. In our project, we define gender-based violence as violence that is directed towards a person because of their gender, or violence that affects persons of a specific gender disproportionately. It's not restricted to violence against women, although that's very important for sure. The forms of gender-based violence that we operationalized for our study are based on the 4 forms outlined in the Council of Europe's Istanbul Convention. So it's physical violence, psychological violence, sexual violence, and economic violence. And in addition, we included sexual harassment and forms of gender-based violence that emerge in an increased digitalized world and can be carried out online. So in total, we collected 42,186 responses in the survey, and these respondents disclosed their experiences in the survey in the context of the university, so in the context of academia. The sample is composed of staff and students. Students are more represented, but in general terms, we had a better response rate from staff. When we look at the gender identity of the people that participated in the study, the vast majority is women, 30% are men, and 3% are non-binary people. 19% of our respondents are not heterosexual. We have 6% of the respondents that say they are associated with an ethnic minority group, and 11% of our respondents say they have a disability or chronic illness. I marked the characteristics of these groups in orange for you. And in these groups, we find a significantly higher prevalence rates and experiences of gender-based violence among staff and students. So there's a very strong case for creating policies and measures that have an intersectional approach, because we see that in the data on prevalence as well, that we need it. When we look at the total prevalence rates, we see that 2 in 3 people say they have experienced at least one of the forms of gender-based violence that we ask for. More than half of the people experience psychological violence, and 1 in 3 people experience sexual harassment in the institution. There's less prevalence on economic violence, meaning 1 in 10 people who made that experience. 8% of the respondents experience online violence, 6% physical violence, and 3% sexual violence from people associated to their institution. Each of these cases are too much, and all of these organizations have gender equality plans, but still that doesn't keep this from happening. When we look at the differences between staff and students, we see a much higher prevalence of psychological violence, sexual harassment, economic violence in employees' responses, and higher prevalences of physical violence and sexual violence among students. When we split the data by gender, we find more non-binary people and women experiencing psychological violence and sexual harassment. So the prevalence rates show only little variance between the institutions which took part in the survey, which is also true for the consequences. The data of our study show that some forms of violence occur more than once, and while others forms are rather a one-time event in universities. So people who experience sexual harassment, psychological violence, online violence, and economic violence experience that form of violence more likely more than once. And from the previous slides, you remember that women and non-binary people experience sexual harassment, psychological violence to much higher degrees than men. So these are the more forms that occur repeatedly. And these results mirror the power dynamics in the academy. And we have asked our respondents as well where the violence is happening. And in the case of sexual harassment, we find that the respondents indicate predominantly places inside university buildings. For example, in classrooms, seminar rooms, meeting rooms, canteens, labs, or staff offices. So it takes place in spaces where employees and students spend their mornings, eat lunch, spend most of the time during the day. So as an intermediate result, one can say that the majority of people in academia experienced some form of violence in their institution. There are some differences between staff and students. Violence targets mostly women and non-binary people. They also experienced most of those forms that reoccur multiple times. And offices and cafeterias and labs are no safe spaces when it comes to sexual harassment. Now let's have a look at how specific the experiences of gender-based violence in academia are to academia. We have asked our survey respondents whether they think gender-based violence is a problem at their institution. And their responses indicate a different assessment of the problem along gender lines. Here we see men and women assess differently whether the situation in the institution is problematic to a small or rather large extent. So the relative number of women who assess the problem to be large or even very large increases with the severity of the statement. This correlates, of course, with the fact that women and non-binary people are much more often targeted of repeated harassment and violence compared to men. In these contexts, such as research and academia, in which men are overrepresented in leadership position, and in which norms of social interactions are dominated by partly toxic environments, these differences in the perception of the problem may govern how the problem is addressed. So underestimating the problem may result in putting insufficient or inadequate effort to addressing violence and harassment on campus. In addition to that, strong hierarchies also construct the social fabric of academic institutions. When it comes to reporting, we know that there are marginal gender differences in reporting, but very strong differences between staff and students. Only 7% of students who experience violence do report it, and on average, 23% of employees have reported an incident. In the group of employees, we see differences between staff that enjoys certain privileges, such as a permanent working contract, and those who hold less privileges, for example, temporary working contracts. You may think that those people with permanent employment contracts are assistants, technical staff in the universities, but I checked, and when you compare only among academic staff, the picture is the same. So employees in lower ranks say to much lower degrees that they have reported something. If you compare that to grade A for professorships. The most frequent reasons for not reporting an incident is uncertainty of the target person, whether the event qualifies as something that can be reported. People often realize only at a later point that, in fact, they had experienced a violation and that it was not okay for them. And while staff and students show similarities in the reasons why they did not report, most students and staff doubt in the organization's capacity in protecting them and say that they didn't think anything would happen. And also more students than staff didn't know who they can approach and are also more concerned about that no one would believe them. And of course, all of that comes as at a cost. Gender-based violence creates consequences on well-being, including physical and mental health. All differences here are statistically relevant when we compare people who experience violence with those who did not experience violence and people who have disclosed their experience to us in the survey. They show significantly more negative assessments of their well-being. More frequently, they say they have had problems to concentrate, they have felt sad or guilty, to have more been emotionally exhausted, physically exhausted, slept badly, and had other somatic symptoms. So learning, but that's not all, right? So learning and working environments which are harmful affect also work and study progress. Here you can compare the lighter inner color circles, so there are 3 circles in the middle and 3 circles which are brighter colored outside, and people who disclose their experiences try to change team more often than people who do not experience violence. They try to change the unit, try to change the supervisor or the department. They also show a higher degree of feeling dissatisfied with their job. And there's also a significant increase in the disengagement from colleagues for those who experience violence, which makes experiencing violence it makes it damaging the social network of people. So they also experience reduced productivity, and some try to change the institution and also leaving the sector. And from these results, it becomes clear that academic organizations and culture add another layer to all the experiences of violence. Employment status and organizational knowledge play key roles in who is seeking support. Younger, lower status employees, students, people with disability, non-binary people, queer people, and people from ethnic minority groups, they show higher prevalence rates. And also the uncertainty about whether an incident was severe enough, whether it can be interpreted as an act of violence, keeps victims from seeking help. So respondents have doubts in the organization that the organization can or will protect them from harm. The consequences on well-being and academic progress show systemic negative impacts on academia and on people. So to conclude, the evidence shows that gender-based violence is systematic in all academic institutions, and in addition to intersectional variables that discriminate against people, the academic fabric adds more risk and more vulnerability to people. And toxic organizational climates in which gender-based violence and abuse is accepted causes harm to people, it damages universities, and it damages science itself. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Anke, for this important presentation on the scope and the consequences of gender-based violence. I will now give the floor to Vilana Pilinkaite from the Lithuanian Center for Social Science, and she was in charge in UNICEF of the qualitative interviews with survivors, victims, or bystanders, and she will go into the presentation. In her presentation, she will give us more ideas of why people do not report.
Thank you very much, Natalie. Thank you very much for the audience that came and to listen to the results of the UNICEF research. And I will rely on the evidence collected from the individual interviews, 54 interviews that was collected by the consortium partners in 2022, February and May. We heard now Anke's presentation, and we see that there is such a big prevalence of gender-based violence in academia. The consequences are very harsh and negative, and but people do not reply. And we see why people are not replying. Individual responses, why they're not replying, are very clear. And basically, our qualitative research resembles the same individual responses that why they are not replying. And I will highlight several of them just to move a little bit from the individual perspective to the institutional perspective. Because we know from the academic research on organizational silence that people are facing negative consequences, and they prefer silence the incidences, but the responsibility for reporting, again, it is on individual, individual and on the person. And in this presentation, I would like to rely on network silence theoretical perspective proposed by Herskovits and her ideas, that in these individual stories, there are certain institutional factors that discourages or disempower women, individuals to report, and they prefer to silence. And these are theoretical framework is based on three main components, which are very interconnected. The choice to be silent or not to report it at all. When the persons are silenced by others, and this is the active effort of the institution to stop going further with your experiences, or those incidences are not heard, so it means they are ignored, belittled, or most often that perpetrators are supported. So basically, what is the institutional responsibility that, or sometimes not very high responsibility, that individual cases shows us? Looking at who were the persons who agreed to participate in our study. So we see that mainly of them, they are women, white women, heterosexual women, though we always also had persons who are having different ethnic minority backgrounds, gender identity, and social orientation, other social orientation. And also we see that mainly as a position status. So these people are on the dependent position. So they are PhD students, or they are having temporal contracts, and so forth. So basically they are in this early stage, PhD students, in in having very precarious conditions in the academia. And what are the results? When we see how people who told us their stories, what are the reporting rates, if we can say. So formally reporting are very small, around 10. Mainly, well, people look for some help, and they try to find help, and they report informally. They're approaching either higher staff or deans or vice deans to discuss the situation. Very little cases were that from informal support, victims or survivors, they would file the formal complaint. Only 7 cases we found from the 54. And almost third cases, they do not report at all. Even though those who formally reported, it doesn't mean that the case was solved in terms that the perpetrators were accounted for their behavior and the justice for the survivors was somehow ensured. Basically, these formal cases, all of them, they were left without either response or, as we will see, that institution didn't take the responsibility to protect victims. So going through those 3 different components, what are the reasons why victims are not reporting? Because they're being silent, and how we can extract what does it mean, why they are being silent. And here we see that, that the most important, that this is still, it is like victims' responsibility to collect evidence and file the complaint and prove the case. And when we read the stories, the experiences that the victims went through, they're saying, okay, we have to file the complaint. We see, well, it was like a violation of my dignity, and I was treated badly, but what it will happen? So I put several quotations just from the interviews that basically there is no transparency in the process, that even though that victims are presenting their cases, so how it will go through, how it will be solved. One survivor told that you put such a courage in this filing complaint, and then you are getting nothing. And that is, it shows that even though that there are procedures, there are policies, but the cases usually are not clear how they will develop, and survivors hearing the stories that nothing happened either in their universities or in other universities, because stories are flowing and people know what's going on. So this is kind of social learning process that I will better keep silence, because in other case I will suffer. It will somehow will be bad on my career or on my personal life. Fear of retaliation, that is the most repeated reason why people are not reporting and being silent, because as there is in the quote, there is a culture of retaliation, and this is again not like imagination, but this is built on some other experiences that people share between each other. Victim blaming, it's again very repeated reason, because it is victims always blamed, but not the perpetrators who are misusing their power. And basically we see in this repeated cases that there is no trust in institutional policies or institutional responses, and this is the social learned behavior that, when there is no justice that they know, so it's better to be silent and somehow either finish the studies and leave the university, or just leave academia and find another workplace or another place to be somehow in yourself and do other things than academia. Like on the one hand, we see that there is kind of hierarchies and power in this, but when we see who is silencing victims when they are coming to the like bodies in the universities and looking for protection, looking for help, we see that very often rectors, senior prorectors, senior professors, vice rectors, directors of PhD programs, they are silencing because, usually it happens that those who are raising their voice, so they are not welcomed at the university, or they are troublemakers, or they are antagonist persons, or they are paranoid persons. They are like, it's their fault that something happened with them, again, some victim blaming. But this naming that you are not troublemaker and you are not welcomed in that environment also stops for like filing the complaint formally, or going further, because usually then you step down and look how you can either survive in that environment or again leave academia. Very often also was mentioned that even though that the top managers or leaders would listen to the case and would understand and support, but anyway, there is kind of response to that maybe it is possible somehow to solve the case without any dramas, without any scandal, without any public announcement, and like putting under the carpet. And this is again not or two cases. In those 54 cases, there were like several of them that mentioning this kind of institutional response to the incidences that happen in the university for certain people. And not heard, that is very often normalization of violence or normalized gender-based violence, when people are searching for the help, searching for some protection. They hear the answers that, well, nothing happened, there were some jokes or some not serious comments, so maybe you are exaggerating or so forth. And then we see that the persons are not so safe in that environment, but even their experiences are not taken seriously. They're like not taking into account that the incidents would be solved in a way that university has the responsibility to solve, because in all these cases, policies and measures to protect and prevent violence and put accountability for perpetrator, there were in the universities. But when we see that even though that there are some policies, we see that safety of victims are not ensured. So, like, to finish, why it is not reporting so much, because I guess safety is a key word, that they are not feeling safety, that their experiences are not trusted. Very often their experiences are not heard, ignored, belittled, and even though that policies are there, so real safety is not ensured. So this is what we got from our incidences, and actually we put those evidences to the tools that we try to that we produced in our UNISAFE project. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Vilana. There is more to silence than just silence. There is being silencing and not being heard. Now we will have the last person presenting the result of the UNISAFE, the last session, last person for findings of the UNISAFE, which is Bruna Pereira. She's from the Department of Political Science and Administration of the University of Complutense of Madrid, and she was part of that team, in fact, for the UNISAFE project. She will talk to us about advancing intersectionality and enhancing inclusivity in addressing gender-based violence. Any problem?
Just a second. Just a second, because I think there was a problem with the presentation. It's not that one. So maybe if you have the previous version. There was another file, the file I sent before, that would do. The other one is in English. Maybe that helps. Al equipo técnico, si podéis encontrar.
The technical team, could you find the other file? I think that the name is Advancing Intersectionality. It's in English, because it's not the one that you've just put up a moment ago.
Si no, también puedo presentar.
Otherwise, I can present without the slides.
Okay, no problem.
No.
Without the PowerPoint, so we always have to be flexible and improvise. Well, it's a pleasure to be here. Or instead, I could give you a class on intersectionality, but I think that's not the point today. So it's a pleasure to be here today with you discussing this important issue, and I'll be talking about how we can advance intersectionality, enhancing inclusivity, and addressing gender-based violence. So why do we need an intersectional approach to gender-based violence? The need for an intersectional approach has been established in international as well as in national mechanisms and instruments. For instance, we have the UN SDGs with the commitment to leave no one behind, reaching the furthest behind first. We also have the EU Gender Equality Strategy 2020-2025. In this document, you have the commitment to achieve a gender-equal Europe for everyone, stressing that we have to address intersectional discrimination. So Europe is increasingly diverse and has expressed the commitment and also the will to incorporate diversity as a strength. To do so, it is important to ensure that an adequate intersectional approach is adopted. An intersectional approach makes visible that we live in a diverse society, where multiple systems of discrimination exist and that they are combined. They do not operate separately, and that this combination intensify and facilitate GBV in combination when we have a combination of gender and other systems of discrimination, such as class, race and ethnicity, sexual orientation, gender identity or expression, and or disability and chronic illnesses. It makes the intersectional approach to GBV makes visible that not everyone experiences GBV in the same way, nor to the same extent, as we saw from the previous presentations. So, but what does it mean that intersectionality plays a role in GBV? What are we talking about? Because this word has been used a lot, but sometimes we lack the understanding on how it's present. So it means, for me, I propose, it means that group experiencing intersectional discrimination may experience, first, higher risk and prevalence of GBV. As we saw in the GBV prevalence in UNISAFE, that ethnic minorities, LGBT, QI+, and people with disability experience higher rates of GBV. It means also that specific dynamics involving GBV are present in GBV experienced by these groups, such as, which of course challenges of our understanding of what GBV is, because some forms of gender-based violence, when it is combined with other kinds of discriminations, may not yet be mapped. We may not be, or even labeled as GBV, so we still have the need to advance in understanding how it happens. And third, it also means that groups experiencing intersectional discriminations may face inadequate provision of services for those which are at this crossroads of different kinds of discriminations. So, what are the consequences of the lack of an intersectional perspective to GBV? As we saw in UNISAFE, in the case studies, universities and research organizations alike lack an appropriate intersectional perspective in their approach to GBV. This means that the groups that experience higher prevalences are not having their needs properly addressed. And the reason for that are multiple. Oh, yes. Oh, we have the presentation. So yes, that's what I was talking about, and I'll address this. This means that the groups experiencing those higher rates of prevalence are not having their needs addressed properly. And the reason for that may be multiple: lack of acknowledgement of intersectional discrimination, lack of knowledge on what to do, inconsistency in system of discrimination addressed, or systems of discrimination considered separately rather than in combination. And the consequences are multiple. We can see that some policies work exclusively or better for those who exclusively experience gender discrimination. This translates in a perpetuation of this uneven distribution of safety, risk, and consequences, which is the current situation, but also the reinforcement of previously existing inequalities. And also, as I said before, in inadequate provision of service or within services for survivors of gender-based violence in these institutions, because these intersectional dynamics are not being addressed in their services. And the impacts of that are also multiple. We can have injustice and violation of rights, and also the right to participate for specific groups within the context of universities and research organizations. We can have or reinforce the exclusion of groups experiencing intersectional discrimination from universities and research organizations, and this translates in potential loss in knowledge production, in knowledge that could have been developed by these groups. So we have a loss in what we could have incorporated in knowledge productions. And also translates in waste of talent. For instance, this idea, when we bring intersectionality into measures to address gender-based violence, we're also saying that several groups belong to the university. We are saying that, for instance, racialized and migrant women are not only to provide services as cleaners and caregivers in Europe, but also as thinkers, as intellectuals, and also people with disability may have a role or have the right to have a role as producers of knowledge. So, how can we move forward? And of course, I could be here all day talking about that. But I'll try to summarize a few steps we can take next to advance intersectionality. First, we need to acknowledge the need for an intersectional approach and take it seriously, because a lot has been said, but we still need to really incorporate intersectionality in measures, in policies. Second, adopt a bottom-up approach in the formulation and implementation of measures. And this means work in partnership with academic and the research community, especially those groups experiencing intersectional discriminations, and stakeholders addressing different systems of discriminations and their combination. Next, we should include intersectionality in all aspects of GBV policies. All the 7 Ps could be a reference, and not only in prevalence, not only in measuring prevalence is the first step, but we should not stop there. And last, I would like to invite you to be inventive and creative and innovate, because it's hard to put intersectionality in practice, but we can always use creativity to face or to combat injustice. And so we can adopt experimental interventions followed by rigorous evaluation and revision that could improve how intersectionality is incorporated in policy tackling GBV. Thank you very much.
Now, I'm looking at Maria. We are just on time after the first question and answer session. So do I take some questions on, or do I take more at the end? We can take? Okay. So there should be a micro somewhere in the room. Or if there is none, then we go on. Okay. So I will ask if you have a question, to raise your hand, and then if you can speak presenting yourself, so your name, your institution, country, and your question. Not too long, if possible. To the point. Okay, there is one person here.
Hello, my name is Sotirovic from the University of Cologne. Thank you for presenting all these results on different collections of data at the Universe project and the importance of an intersectional approach. My question is for Anke Lipinsky. Is the questionnaire available publicly to use it? And what could be the solution if a university would like to run such a survey, but it has no capacity to do it?
Thank you. Thanks. Is this on? Is this on? Yeah? Okay, good. So yes, the questionnaire, the English language questionnaire, which was like the source questionnaire that has been translated into 14 languages, that's already publicly available. You can go to GESIS.org and type in the search function UNISAFE, and then you get to the website actually with loads of materials, including the various languages questionnaires if you want to replicate the study. There's also a code book and also the methods report. We published all of that already. The data set itself will be published soon. It's not published yet. And your second question was on running such a survey in an organization. I would totally appreciate and support that kind of intervention. That would be, I think, helpful to inform policies in organizations. In principle, if the Gender Equality Diversity Office doesn't have the capacity to run it themselves, it might be a solution to collaborate with the HR department. Sometimes there are capacities there, or the teaching evaluation unit might also have capacities, and if all of that is not working out, there's still an option to hire external contractors, and I would actually recommend to get more information from your own organizations if you are not running surveys regularly, because of the Gender Equality Plan criterion that has been mentioned before by Commissioner Ivanova. Sexual harassment is one of the recommended activity areas, and only if you have a picture of what the situation is in an organization, you can really design policies really in a targeted way. Thank you.
Thank you, Anke. Is there another question? Yeah? Here in front, and then...
Hola, buenas tardes.
Hi, good afternoon. Hi, good afternoon. My question is for Anke. The question is for Anke. Okay. Thank you very much for your presentation and for the data that you've shown us. Sur Duran Santé from the Metropolitan Technological University. I'm a rector. I would like to ask specifically, where does a person file a report, and what are the sanctions, or what sort of research defines whether whether the gender-based violence exists in the field or in the research work that you've done? Okay, I hope that question was clear. Yes? Good.
I hope the question was clear. If not, we can talk after the session. You're asking about sanctions for the perpetrators and what kind of different sanctions there are. I believe actually that this is part of the second panel and not part. So there was a policy mapping, there was case studies, and there was a prevalence surveys. So in fact, in the survey itself, we did not ask for what sanctions are there for the perpetrators, but it's part of the other studies part.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Gracias.
That's okay.
Thank you.
This session, perhaps you can discuss this. There was also one question there, and then one there. Okay. And then we will move on to the next.
Hello, my name is Ana Belén Amil. I come from Central European University in Vienna, and my question is also for Anke. I'm sorry, Anke. But I wanted to ask you whether you or anyone actually has an explanation for what it seemed to be a big discrepancy in the slides that you showed us between the prevalence. So for what I understood is 2 out of 3 people said that they had been affected by gender-based violence in a way or another. And there seems to be a big discrepancy between that and the perception of the problem. So for what I saw in the slide, it looked like most of the respondents thought that that gender-based violence is either a problem to some sort of small extent or less. Correct? I can't remember exactly, and that seems to be a big discrepancy for me. So so many people affected, but at the same time, most of them thinking that this is either not a problem at all or rather a small thing to be tackled. So do you have any explanation for that discrepancy, if I'm correct with reading the discrepancy there? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. So I don't know if you want also to say something about it. So on the slide that I presented, in my opinion, the discrepancy that you're addressing lies in, first of all, who responds and who is a target person, so victim and survivor of gender-based violence. Those people who are victim survivors assess the problem much more severe and have less trust in the organizational procedures than those who have not experienced violence. That's one of the explanations, right? If there's anything else to say? No? Okay.
Sorry, the last question there.
Thanks very much. I'm Rich Holman, and we're coordinating the INSPIRE. We're building the European Centre of Excellence on Inclusive Gender Equality in Research and Innovation. And I've got a question to Bruna. Thanks very much for your talk. I thought it was really, really interesting. And we've structured this centre on 4 different knowledge and support hubs. One of these is actually looking at intersectionality. And I thought it was really interesting when you started to speak about the creative approach, because, you know, we keep hearing, well, there's no data to take an intersectional approach, but we have to be creative in how we apply an intersectional approach to these kind of policies. So I was just wondering if you could expand a little bit more on how you were creative with this approach. Thanks.
Thank you very much for your question. Yes, I think there are multiple challenges to adopt an intersectional approach in policies, because even though the concept and the theory has been there for a while now, we have failed to incorporate it properly in public policy but well, we do know there are some steps that we can give. One of them is to start from a contextual, having the context center in front in our policies, and also work with stakeholders and others I've addressed. But also, I think another very important challenge is that we don't actually know how intersectional discrimination works. So we need more studies on that, and for that we have to produce different kinds of data, quantitative but also qualitative data. I don't think that can be used as an excuse to keep failing to address intersectionality. So we do have ideas, they have just not been promoted to the level of policies. So when I say creativity, is because, of course, this lack of academic knowledge and the difficulties of universities and academics in general to work, for instance, with social movements can be, it's a challenge, but can also be a source of inspiration and innovation. So yes, and I think if we don't have policies that we can do very we can do analysis with traditional methodologies to understand how these policies work. I think we have to be to innovate and to be creative. But yeah, we can also rely on initiatives and action that has been taken and has been there for a while now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, and sorry for not taking more questions now, but we will have another session of Q&A at the end. So I would like now to give the floor to our invitees who have not been so much in UNICEF as such, but very active in our workshop and all our activities. And I welcome Siobhan O'Brien Green from who is the Equality, Diversity and Inclusion Officer in Trinity College, and will share with us her experience of collecting and analyzing data in Trinity College.
Here we go. Thank you very much. Buenas tardes. Good afternoon, everybody. And I see my slides are losing a little bit as we go along, but anyway, we'll keep going. So I guess my role here is to actually share a little bit of good news, I think, and thanks to the UNICEF survey and study and research, and thanks to the place we're at now, is we probably never have had a stronger data, evidence and research base in which to address and begin to really unpack gender-based violence in our institutions. I'm going to talk a little bit about the type of data sources and research sources we're using at multiple levels in Trinity to do that. So we're familiar with the FRA study, I suppose, which gives us a very big picture, and I want to refer back to what Sophia set out for us in terms of the macro, meso and micro level data and information we need to be familiar with. And then moving on to the UNICEF survey, which again is a very large cohort study as well across the EU. And I'll talk a bit more about how we utilise that into our local or micro level data. We're very fortunate in Ireland. We've just had our first ever nationally representative sexual violence study since 2001, the SVS study led out by our Central Statistics Office. This is rolling in terms of the data that's coming out and the reporting from that piece of research. But what we can see is that there seems to be a higher proportion of people who've gone through the third level education cycle who've experienced sexual violence as an adult compared with other adults. And we can also see that in terms of women, a younger cohort aged 18 to 24 are the highest proportion in the study cohort that have reported sexual violence in their lifetime. When we think about our own student population in the institute, I come from the research Trinity College Dublin, and we look at the undergraduate intake for this academic year, and we think about the previous statistic as well too, we can see we need to be prepared and ready to respond to that level of sexual violence in our incoming student cohort, as well as our staff and research community too. We're very fortunate in Ireland that, and thanks to the expertise of and led out by our research colleagues in the University of Galway, our National Higher Education Agency has commissioned a number of very large-scale research studies as well, both with students and with staff, on the issues of gender-based, oh no, oh dear, I'll keep chatting anyway, on gender-based violence in our students and staff cohorts as well too. And you can see that really the findings indicate that really among female students, they're particularly likely to experience sexual violence as well too, as well as their staff. And this mirrors the kind of evidence space we've been building with our Union of Students of Ireland survey since 2013 and 2020 as well. So this gives us a really strong meso picture of gender-based violence in Ireland. Some of you might know as well, we've been mandated by our Minister for Further and Higher Education and the Higher Education Authority to actually report on what we're doing at an institutional level annually in terms of gender-based violence and addressing sexual violence and harassment in our own institutions as well too. And over time that will give us a better grasp, I suppose, of the institutional level data and the responding to this issue of gender-based violence as well. Then we think at the micro level, what does this mean for us in Trinity when we're working? We've had to undertake the Athena Swan assessment process, which some of you might be familiar with, which is a gender equality charter that you sign up to, and you submit a very substantial institutional review every 4 years to attain or retain an award at different levels. We had an all-staff survey in 2022 with about a 36% staff response rate. This has grown every time we've done our survey. And we had a smallish number. Any number is too high, but a low number, 1% of participants had experienced some form of sexual violence or sexual harassment or sexual assault. But we actually were able to then think about the UNISAFE findings and what we've heard so far around intersectionality as well too, and benchmark against that in terms of, I suppose, increased vulnerabilities and intersectional characteristics. One of the other pieces of data we're building is an anonymous reporting tool that's national in Ireland, but we get to have a look at the local level data in Trinity, and this is completely anonymous reporting. But the types of reasons that people have shared with us for not escalating the situations that they've experienced, or escalating or formally reporting, citing fear might impact their concerns that they could not prove what happened to them actually happened as well too, and worrying that nothing could be done. And that gives us the impetus, and I suppose the research into policy, into praxis, to make our institutions better and safer places to work, study in. We also know that every time we run awareness campaigns on the anonymous reporting tool, our reporting goes up. So we need to, I suppose, build that into our system. We need to be ready then to respond with our student counselling, with our staff employee assistance programs, and our HR colleagues, and other reporting and support measures as well too, when we run these campaigns for people coming forward. Finally, I just want to talk about, I suppose, the micro or local level as well too, and I think this piece of data is very important for us when we're considering, and also I think it also responds to what our esteemed colleague was telling us about that interagency approach in the Catalan protocol too. The local sexual assault treatment unit, which is the forensic and medical services for victims, survivors of sexual violence, and we've seen year on year that the highest proportion of users of these services across Ireland and locally in Dublin are school or third level students. These are adult services. They tend to be 15 plus age using the services as well too. And even though we saw a dip in numbers during the lockdown periods when our universities and institutions were closed, they've surged back up again as we've reopened our institutions for students presenting to these services. So my conclusion, unfortunately, you can't see on this slide that well. Apologies for the formatting, but I think what we need to be thinking of is we work in research performing organisations. We are marked and ranked and promoted based on the research income we bring in, the research outputs we put out, and the standard of research evidence is very high as a result. So we need to think of multiple forms and multiple sources of data that we can utilise and leverage as well too, to build data evidence cases for the resourcing and supporting that we require for this important issue. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Joanne. Can we have the connection with Eva Sophia Meyer, that unfortunately had an injury just before coming here, so she's there. Okay.
I'm here. Can you hear
Okay.
me?
Thank you very much, Eva Sophia, to be there. You are a strategic and gender equality consultant, and you were one of the initiators of the 2020 Danish Academia Me Too movement, co-author of a book and a podcast series on sexism, and you will share your experience of sexism in academia in Denmark. I can leave you the floor.
Great. Thank you very much for the invitation. And can you hear me? Just let me know. Very good. And this will be a slightly different kind of presentation because this is very much an activist stance that I'm going to be telling you about. And I want to start with why I've called this presentation the elephant in the room. Last year, I spoke to the heads of HR in Danish universities about adequate organizational response mechanisms to sexism. And as everybody here knows, these are some of the key people tasked with organizing and running a system to deal with sexism and harassment. And the quote that I've put up here is what one of them said, but fortunately we haven't had any formal complaints. I think this shows very clearly that what she meant here was that there's as yet no reason to act. And this to me sums up some of the problems that have been outlined already during the talks today, but also that sexism faces in general. So despite numerous efforts and despite the long history after all these years that show that sexism is a structural, hugely destructive issue with big personal as well as work-related negative implications, it is still on a daily practical level defined as individual cases to be handled legally and formally, and it is not made a priority. At least I'm glad that it is in Ireland, and that is a big beacon of light for all of us, but it's not in Denmark. So instead of adequately countering sexism, such an individual legalistic definition does precisely the opposite. It perpetuates the dynamics of sexism and is in itself a barrier to dealing effectively with it. And on top of that, it leaves a systemic pattern of all variations of sexist and gender-based violence occurrences invisible. And that is what I call the elephant in the room. It's conspicuous, it's discordant, it stomps around, huge but ignored, alive and present but invisible. And the dots stay unconnected and the picture remains unseen. So, to get back to Denmark, in the fall of 2020, when the whole world was in the grip of the coronavirus, there was a televised national event, Zulu Comedy Awards event, where the host, Sophia Linde, gave a speech that put sexism firmly on the agenda. And she did it by insisting on not naming any names and talking about the structural aspect of sexism. And this kickstarts the most serious Danish Me Too engagement so far. In 2017, when the rest of the world was engaged, there was only a slight ripple in Denmark. And everybody who has been studying this occurrence more or less said at this point that there was a before and after this speech. Anyway, in September, there were waves of sector-specific petitions that hit the Danish media, the politicians, the press, the various crafts organizations, and also academia sent out a petition. And as was mentioned, I was one of the 16 initiators to send out a broad activist petition to sign a movement against sexism in academia. It was a broad petition. It aimed to make visible and put an end to sexism in academia. And 5 days later, we had 689 signatures, and this overwhelmed us. This number overwhelmed us. It was mainly staff and primarily people in fairly secure positions who had signed this, and it was from all parts of the academic landscape in Denmark, and it was from all different kinds of backgrounds. We also received 900 testimonies and a number of personal communications on top of these signatures that expressed support and gratitude for the initiative, but also fear of reprisal and exposure. So it completely aligns with what has been said already here. By October 9th, we then published these 689 signatures on the front page of the largest Danish newspaper. This is the front page. And here are the 689 signatures. And as I said, we received up to I think it was about 879 personal testimonies before this publication, and these testimonies kept trickling in afterwards also. So at the end, we have ended up with 923 testimonies all in all. And these testimonies are personal experiences with sexism that are completely aligned with what has also been shown, of course, already during this session. And they are also witnessed accounts where people have been bystanders to occurrences. When the testimonies came flooding in, we put them all together in in one singular document, and I think it was around 400 pages, A4 pages of tightly written text, and it became apparent to us that here was a unique documentational material that brought along an obligation, but also a welcome opportunity to work further with this. So those of us in the initiating group who had backgrounds in gender studies or sociology or political science or psychology, from both research and practitioner perspectives, we decided to take it further. And this was on our own time and our own initiative. So one of the things we did was code and categorize this rich material. And this is what came out of this coding and categorization activity. We found these themes here, and I am not going to go through them, but I think you can see and appreciate that this aligns very well with what has been said already here today. And I think especially these ones here, reporting the shadow organization and exclusion within the academy, are very important themes to address. My last slide here is what has happened since 2020. This is now 3 years into this after Sophia Linde's speech. The initiative itself went further with this subgroup of the initiators, and on the basis of the 900 plus testimonies, we analyzed and categorized the themes, and we developed generalized vignettes that could be used for educational purposes, but also for organizational development purposes, and to have structured dialogues together to see how the group or the organization can counter the occurrences in constructive ways and go on from there. We've also conducted a survey among the respondents to the original petition in order to document the prevalence and nature of incidences. And we have developed a website and a handbook, which is available publicly in a beta version. And as Natalie said, also a podcast series. And we are developing the handbook into a book that will be published in a couple of months in Danish and next year in English by the Bristol University Press. And the purpose of this is, of course, to elucidate, educate, and empower both individuals and institutions, and to avoid individualization and reduction of complexity, which is both of these two things are very real risks with this kind of material. We also, on the basis of this initiative, and I want to say that it was not a research project to start out with, and it was not the intention to take this further than the initial sort of outrage or indignation that brought along the activist position. But what happened was we were invited to give proposals to all the different high-level managers and policy makers of the academic sector in Denmark, and we did so all of the rest of 2020 and well into 2021. And we gave workshops, and we had very sort of intensive dialogues. Unfortunately, more or less everybody has been replaced since, and I think that also points to a situation here that, first of all, this was on our own time and our own efforts and our own initiative, and secondly, we have to now start over again. But apart from that, where is Danish academia now 3 years on in general? Well, all Danish universities have formal policies and procedures in place, and this, of course, cannot solely be ascribed to this movement. It's also very much a function of the gender equality plan requirement from the EU, but it's a positive development, even though it is still only nominal. And as the HR head's response shows, they're still holding their breath and hoping that they won't get any formal complaints in. The second part here is that there is a wider general acceptance that sexism is indeed a problem and a structural one, and there's more open talk and less taboo around these issues. And there's also the beginnings of comprehensive data collection, although these leave a lot to be desired still, because it's still only ad hoc. It's not properly integrated into the existing data sources, and there's no real coordination as the Irish situation describes, in Denmark at least. So there's a decided lack of systematicity, there's a decided lack of resource allocation, and there's also limited felt impact overall. And then we in Denmark, as well as the rest of the world, are also seeing an intensified pushback. So I would say the elephant is still stomping around, and there's still a lot more for us to do. And with that, I want to say I'm really happy about initiatives like this, and the fact that everybody here is meeting to discuss these issues in a structured way. And I think we really do need to keep up the important work on this topic. And just as a final thing, here are 2 links to our resources. And that, I think that's what I had to say.
Thank you very much, Sophia. Thank you. I am now turning to Maria Silvestre Cabrera, who is professor in the Social and Human Science Faculty of University of Deusto. She is also the Gender Equality Director of the university. She has a lot of experience in intervention against women violence in different capacities. She was also director of Emakunde here, and now she will talk about evidence and resistance in universities on the prevention of gender-based violence.
Okay, thank you. I will speak in Spanish now for translation.
Good afternoon. I would like to thank the organizers, the UNISAFE project, and Maria Bustela for the invitation and the opportunity to participate at this table. I only have 7 minutes. That's why I haven't prepared a presentation. I'll try to speak as fast as I can, because I was sure that things weren't going to work. No, I'm just joking. I'm going to tell you the experience about the Deusto University as a university collaborating with UNISAFE, although not a member of the partnership. We were one of the 3 universities that decided to implement the survey in order to detect gender-based violence in the universities. The other one was the University of the Basque Country that is hosting this event, the University of Granada, and us, the University of Deusto. In order to participate, the university had to sign an agreement by the Vice-Chancellor and be committed to conduct the survey according to the standards required by the project. The agreement was signed, and it was launched from the Equality Department, but we wanted to link it to the 3rd equality plan that we were implementing in the framework of a European project we were coordinating. So it was an opportunity to extend our network and action plan in order to implement actions to eradicate gender-based violence against women in the academia and go beyond the actions of the plan. Well, the signature of the agreement and the acceptance of the methodology criteria wasn't a problem. The agreement was signed by the Vice-Chancellor, and the survey was conducted according to the methodology standards required by the project. As most universities, we had a low response rate, and the good thing about this project is that the sum of small samples enables us to have a sample of over 40,000 people. But you cannot really look at your university and draw conclusions because the sample was too small. But things, were okay. There was no resistance against participation in the survey. The problem was when on the International Day Against Sex Violence, I proposed to the Vice-Chancellor that we could use the data from UNISAFE as an element for the campaign, but the Vice-Chancellor got scared. He was scared to disseminate data that went beyond the data strictly related to our university. As I said, these data are about the academia, not about our university. So when they asked me if I was going to feel comfortable about speaking my own university, I said, yes, I feel comfortable because, well, I've shared this with many colleagues, and I know that I'm not the only one feeling like this. There are many situations, there's resistance and things that we all have experienced. This is related to what was said in the beginning. Gender-based violence in the academia moved from the visible to the invisible. The elephant in the room continues to be invisible or scarcely visible. And we know that not many people can recognize that this is a serious problem in their university. So in spite of the data from the survey, there's still the perception that this is not a serious problem. In this context, I would like to talk about the fear that our Vice-Chancellor had to disseminate or even to write in a written document the UNISAFE data. He didn't want those data to be considered as our data. He didn't want to create a problem out of something that people don't live as a problem. And he didn't want to see the lack or the gender-based violence as a structural problem. We also did the self-assessment that the project asked us to do. That was very well systematized. We had to assess different items in the process. And our greatest weaknesses that we had seen in other projects we had conducted, our weaknesses were in conceptualization, because we think that the response from the university to gender-based violence is not framed in a structural vision of gender-based violences, communication and fear of publishing data that make apparent that violence is there in the academia, which is theoretically very smart environment where people don't do these things. And another witness we had was the assessment, the lack of assessment that we do on the data we collect. And finally, when it comes to resistance and limitations, this is about preventing, protecting, and prosecuting. In our legal system, this is the role of the equality units. In Catalonia is the only place where these units have doubled in budget, but most of the equality units in Spain don't have enough human or material resources. They have an important role in the monitoring and response for equality protocols, and I'm sad that the authorities are no longer here, but I would like to say that there is a legal contradiction between Decree 901/902 from 2020 on the need to work on sexual and work harassment in the workplace, and the strategic plan for equality proposed by the new law on university, on a new equality plan that is parallel or goes hand in hand with the other one, to act on violence in the student sphere. So it is a complex situation to handle, but we are working on it. It's part of the plans and part of the legislation in spite of the contradictions in their implementation. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. We have a few minutes for a question and answer, so I would suggest that if you still have your question, you can start. We wait for the micro, and some other people can raise their hands as well. So please give your name, institution, country.
Yes, thank you. It's not so much a question. I wanted to answer the woman asking something in Spanish. So thank you, first of all, for all this UNICEF survey. It's really very useful. In Geneva, we are working on harassment since years with all the difficulties you mentioned. But UNICEF is a survey, is giving tools. But then each university has to implement it as she can. For instance, in Geneva, the students had to go before to the dean to complain, and the staff to the HR, and it wasn't functioning at all. So we had quite zero complaint, it's usual. And then we created a special cell outside the university, and now students and staff are going to complain there, and we have a little bit more complaint. And then there is also a judge outside the university who is going to treat the complaint, even though it's complicated, because if you are a PhD and you complain, you have no money for a lawyer, and in front of you, you have a professor with money to get a good lawyer. So it was the last case which was really complicated for me. So, but really each university has to find the right tool.
Thank you very much, and thank you also for this reference to other ways to do it, like this outside cells, and the difficulty sometimes to find the proper support, also financial support for bringing case. Okay, thank you.
Yes, I'm Tia Tuomi from University of Helsinki.
Soy de la Universidad de Helsinki.
For giving results and experiences as well, and maybe this is a question to Siobhan. Mostly, you have already a long time having this data or collected data, and I would like to know that do you have already good indicators or methods how you check the trends, or how it works? Since I think I am from HR, and we actually work a lot with these cases, and I think after the corona we have had a growing number of cases with helping staff and supervisors and leaders to solve different kind of inappropriate behavior cases. And I think, however, even there are many of them, it's good news, since it tells that at last we are changing our culture a bit, and people are able to tell us those stories. And also our student union has these harassment people. But then we don't know how to check some indicators to help us see that is the culture really changing, and are we achieving something? So maybe you have good experiences on that.
Thank you so much for the question. I think we're starting our journey, and part of the journey for me in the last 2 years in this role has been building an evidence base that's too robust and substantial to ignore, and that's what I presented on today, that then allows us to build the type of systems and units and services we've just heard from our colleague in Geneva about, which is literally just starting right now, Eternity, Dignity, Respect and Consent Response Service, where people can go to and seek advice, support, potentially formal or informal complaints as well too. So in a few years, I'd like to come back and respond to your question. But what I think that what my presentation was really trying to stress is that we have to look at multiple sources of data, because we know if we rely only on formal complaints, that is not the full picture and the full reality. We also know we work in very pressurized research-intensive environments. Unless we're bringing the best case for the data we have across multiple sectors, multiple forms of data, so I talked about the clinical, the administrative, the nationally representative surveys, the sectoral surveys, benchmarking with the UNISAFE survey, we are going to be asked questions about it. So we need to be prepared for that, to really present a very strong case so that nobody can ignore the elephant in the room, and we can move forward properly with resourced services. And as UNISAFE has so nicely done by putting prevalence at the heart of its 7P model, we can evaluate and assess as we go forward, is this working, is that not working, what do we need to do differently as well. So I'm happy to come back and talk to you in a couple more years, but it's really about building the case to move forward with the work. Thank you.
Okay. We are supposed to have a coffee break soon, so if there is just one urgent question, otherwise I will just do some closing words. One urgent question? No? The coffee seems to be...
There's a question.
There is a question. There is a question. Sorry, I don't really see very well.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for the sharing and for the great event. My name is George. I'm from Portugal. I'm a board member from the European Network of Higher Education. A very short question to Bruna: how to be innovative and creative in involving students and student representatives in intersectionality that you mentioned.
Thank you, Jorge. So Portuguese, it's great to see another Portuguese-speaking person in the room. Yeah. So, yes, thank you for this question. I think it's essential to include the students in these measures because, for instance, for ethnic minorities, which is my focus, they're more concentrated on the student bodies because, of course, they don't reach the higher levels of the institutions. So if we are working only with staff, we are not reaching most of the intersectional, of people experiencing intersectional discrimination. I think, I don't have all the ideas, but I think a great starting point would be including formal and informal groups of organized around intersectional discrimination or around one kind of discrimination and then propose to them to incorporate another one. I think they can bring different experiences, different backgrounds, and also the aspect of innovation that sometimes when we stay for a long time in academia, we tend to leave that behind. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for this live debate, and also for Sophia to have been able to be with us online. I would just like to remind you that, in fact, in UNISAFE, prevalence was one of the P's that is less, that we saw that it is less covered in a systematic way. And we have seen today that there are different ways to collect the data on the extent and scope of violence. That is a reality for everyone in each academia and for staff and students. So we have to go beyond the incident, and we certainly have to apply intersectionality approach, and so be innovative and creative. At the core of the efforts to end gender-based violence, in fact, stands the recognition of the scope of the problem, as that was also mentioned by Maria. Data are needed to design and implement informed policies. And this, in fact, will be the purpose of the next session that we will have after the break. We will go into the policies and the mappings, the findings in terms of institutional response. Thank you very much for your attention, and we'll go for the coffee break.
Okay. Welcome back. Arratsaldeon, good afternoon. Buenas tardes. My name is Lorena Pajares. I was part of the UNISAFE team at the UCM, Universidad Complutense de Madrid, doing the qualitative research at the UNISAFE project. So it's my pleasure to be back here with all my friends and colleagues. So for this second session, we will focus on the research findings of the UNISAFE project. So let me present first our marvelous speakers. First, we will have Susana Andresca. She will present the mapping done by the UNISAFE project of the legal and policy frameworks in 27 EU member states and in 3 associated countries at the macro level. So Susana is a gender equality expert in the Center for Gender and Science at the Institute of Sociology of the Czech Academy of Science. Her research focuses on anti-discrimination and socio-legal aspects of gender-based violence in academia, and within the UNISAFE project, she took part in this analysis of the institutional policies in the field of gender-based violence. So Susana, the floor is yours. Should be there.
Well, anyway, thank you for having me. It's a pleasure being here. Maybe, yeah, it does work. Perfect. So, I'm here today to share with you our findings on the legal and policy framework on the national and institutional level that we have conducted within UNISAFE. If we look in the current EU equality strategy, we see that gender-based violence is one of the key areas that the EU wants to tackle. In the European Research Action area specifically, the European Commission states that gender-based violence in academia needs to be tackled in order to promote gender equality and foster inclusiveness. So in light with all these policy goals on the European level, individual states and also institutions have been adopting policies. And I feel like I'm preaching to the choir saying this in Spain, but where the UNISAFE project comes in is when we embarked on the project, we noticed there's a significant gap in knowledge. There was no centralized resource where you could find all the national policies, all the national legal frameworks, and neither you could find anywhere policies of individual institutions. So what we've done in UNISAFE is that we've put together a comprehensive overview, which is available on our website in various forms that you can choose from. There's an interactive map, there are detailed national reports, and there are reports for individual institutions. Those were 45 individual institutions, so you can find these reports online. And my aim today is to provide you with an overview, a sneak peek into the comprehensive overview we have conducted within UNISAFE. My presentation will be structured along these lines that you can see. There are 2 levels, national and regional, which we put together, and the institutional level. For each of those, I will try to introduce you some policy types that we identified, a bit of the content of the policies that we analyzed, and if we have time, also some procedural aspects. So let's dive right into the first section. The first section concerns the national and regional legal and policy framework. While gender-based violence in academia is relevant both for public and private law, we wanted to go beyond the generic labor law protections or the harmonized anti-discrimination legislation, and we wanted to find legal acts which particularly tackle gender-based violence in academia specifically. And the same went for policy. So we are looking for specific policies which were adopted to solve the issue of gender-based violence in academia. The mapping we have conducted covered the period of 6 years between 2015 and 2021, which means that these policies or acts had to be either adopted or enforced for at least part of that time period, which shows a clear limitation of what I'm presenting to you because we did not cover the last 2 years when the gender equality plans became an eligibility criterion for Horizon. So many new policies have been adopted since then. What exactly did we analyze? The scope of our research covered 33 countries, which were mainly the EU 27, also 4 associated countries, and 2 third countries, which were Canada and the US, which can be taken as an example of legislation that could be adopted in Europe. Within those countries, we identified 8 countries which have some form of legal framework in this field, and 10 countries which have a policy framework. So we can see it's only 1/3 of them. And altogether, there were 17 legal acts and 19 policies, because often when a country has a legal or policy framework, it consists of several documents. So what did we find? As you can see on the map, there is a clear pattern in relation to the geographical distribution. There's our main finding is that there is a marked difference between, on the one hand, the so-called old member states, where there is a certain presence of legal and policy framework, in comparison with the so-called new member states, where policy and legal framework is to a big extent missing. There is only one country among the new member states with a legal act concerning gender-based violence in academia, and 2 countries among the new member states with a policy framework. When we dive in more into the content of the legal and policy framework, we can see that there are different frames within which these acts or policies are adopted. One of them are equality laws, equality policies. The second is higher education. And the third is legislation or policies on violence. Why is that important? Framing has not only a symbolic value, but it also has implications for the content of the policies. First of all, legal acts and policies which aim at regulating violence more often contain a definition of the individual forms of violence. So they are more comprehensive. Moreover, legal acts and policies which tackle violence also more often include an intersectional perspective, which is very much needed, as Bruna previously mentioned. In terms of intersectionality, about 1/3 of the laws that we identified and a half of the policies adopted an intersectional perspective. The framing of the laws and policies is also relevant for their comprehensiveness in terms of the 7 Ps that Sophia mentioned in her introductory speech. We found that laws that are specifically adopted to combat gender-based violence in higher education address the most Ps, perhaps not surprisingly. And the most common P covered by policies was prevention, so raising awareness and other preventative measures. So to conclude this first section, we can see that legislation and policies specifically dedicated to gender-based violence in academia are still scarce and missing. It doesn't mean that academic institutions are not legally bound to create a safe environment, but that the detailed provisions regarding duties are missing in the majority of the EU compared, for example, to the United States. These gaps in the legal and policy framework can be filled through other activities. We see that, for example, in the UK, Belgium, or Lithuania, umbrella organizations and their activities play a big role and can, to a certain extent, replace legal framework. And also individual efforts taken by individual institutions can also fill some of these gaps. And that's where we will be moving now to the second part of my presentation, which concerns the institutional policy frameworks. The mapping of policies of individual academic institutions also took part over the same time frame, so between policies adopted or enforced between 2015 and 2021. Within our research, we analyzed 105 policies from 45 institutions in 15 countries. Within the 15 countries, the older member states were slightly overrepresented, both in terms of the number of countries, but also in the number of policies. One of our main findings, which again might not be surprising to some of you, is that there are generally two types of policies in academic institutions that concern gender-based violence. On the graph above, you see that the first types are general policies, so you can imagine a code of conduct. Also, a gender equality plan would be, in our methodology, considered a rather general policy. And a smaller portion of the policies we analyzed, about 1/3, were policies adopted specifically to tackle gender-based violence. So you can imagine an action plan to tackle sexual violence, or perhaps guidelines on dealing with harassment and discrimination. The graph below shows that not all institutions have both of these types of policies. So about half of the institutions we analyzed do have both, but there's a small section which only has policies on gender-based violence and is missing the general policies, such as a code of conduct. And a bigger portion of institutions has only those general policies and are unfortunately missing specific guidelines to deal with gender-based violence. Sorry. Why is it important, again, to have a specific policy? We found, similar to our analysis of the legal and policy framework on the national level, that policies focused on gender-based violence specifically more often define the types of violence which are to be eradicated at the institution. So this has, again, a big preventative role, and we find it important that the policies are clear in the sense that they elaborate on the individual forms of violence. In terms of which forms of violence the policies most often tackle, it would be sexual harassment and gender-based harassment. Other forms of gender-based violence are often omitted by these policies. We also looked at intersectionality, because we wanted to see how these policies on the level of individual institutions reflect the intersecting axis of discrimination. And we found that not even a half of the policies reflect intersectionality, but surprisingly, more policies work with the concept of vulnerability. So perhaps some institution, instead of using the term intersectionality and that perspective, identify particular vulnerable groups. Most often it would be LGBTQIA groups or disability students and staff, but not necessarily in their policies on gender-based violence. We found that when an institution is working with the concept of vulnerable groups, it's more often in those general policies. So they might reflect their needs in relation to other areas than being protected from violence. And finally, I would like to share with you some of our findings of the procedural elements which enable proper and thorough implementation of these policies so that they don't just stay on paper. We looked at 4 aspects. Those were objectives, indicators, monitoring, and evaluation. We were asking questions such as, are there any objectives in the policy that should be achieved by this policy? Do we know where we are heading? Are there indicators to monitor the progress of fulfilling that policy? Is there a monitoring mechanism in place? How will the implementation of the policy be evaluated, be monitored, and then also evaluated? Is there for example, a body that has the competence of evaluating the implementation of those policies. As you could see from the graphs, this is not something that could be taken for granted and is certainly not present in the majority of the policies. So just to sum up, we can see that the most comprehensive policies are those that are specifically tailored to combat gender-based violence in academia, exemplified by countries such as France, Ireland, or Spain. However, from our overview, we see that there is a noticeable absence of these dedicated policies, both at the national and institutional level. In the EU, specifically, the gap is striking, with only one member state having a legal framework and 2 new EU member states having a policy framework. Similarly, on the institutional level, there's a big variety, not only geographically, but also in terms of the scope of the policies, with, for example, Spanish institutions having much more comprehensive policies on the institutional level than other institutions. And also, the procedural elements and the much needed evaluation in light of the data, which will be presented by my colleague now, are also still missing in many of the policies. Thank you.
Thank you, Susanna. I will now give the floor to my friend and colleague Claudia Schrödel. I'm sorry. She's scientific associated at GESIS, a Leibniz Institute for the Social Sciences in Germany. Her research interests cover from gender equality policies in science in the EU, institutional change in universities and research organizations, gender-based violence in academia, and feminist institutionalism. She is also a doctoral candidate at the Paderborn University, Departamento of Sociology, and she will be sharing also some survey results of the institutional responses at the 45 universities and research centers that have been part of the UNISAFE sample in 15 countries. The floor is yours, Claudia.
Thank you, Lorena. So I will talk now about the institutional responses to gender-based violence from the 46 universities in our sample, and thanks to my colleague Anke Lipinsky from the session before, you already have a really good overview of the UNISAFE survey and also several of the key findings, for example, that sexual harassment and psychological violence are the most prevalent forms of gender-based violence, and that women and persons from minoritized groups, due to their gender identity or sexual orientation, for example, are more likely to experience gender-based violence. And I would like to recap one important finding concerning the institutional responses. Yes, there we are, concerning the reporting behavior. So first of all, we can see that only 13% of the persons who have experienced gender-based violence reported. And what are the reasons for this? We have individual reasons for this. For example, almost half of the respondents said that they are unsure if the behavior is serious enough or not, or they did not recognize the behavior as gender-based violence at the time. But on the other hand side, we can also see quite a few institutional reasons why people have not reported gender-based violence. For example, they did not think that anything could happen or would happen. They did not know who to tell, or they were a bit unsure if the complaint procedure would be hard for them. So there is definitely a drastic need for institutions to change their institutional responses. But let's take a look at how we measured institutional responses in the survey. So first of all, we have on the one hand side the awareness of prevention measures, awareness of policies or partnerships that universities might have with student representatives or staff representatives. And on the other hand side, we have the respondents' perception of the policies, of their effect, also of the institution's ability to intervene, the respondents' confidence in this, the respondents' perception of organizational tolerance for gender-based violence, and also their perception of existing protection measures or provision of services. And starting off with the awareness part, you can see that over half of the respondents were not aware of any campaigns or trainings focusing on prevention measures of their institution. If they were aware of something, it was most often information campaign, with 25% of the respondents being aware of those. Taking a look at the left-hand side, we can see that 2/3 of the respondents were not aware of any policies at their institution. It's interesting, though, that quite a lot of respondents, 68%, were aware of existing partnerships with staff, students, or their representatives on measures against gender-based violence. Continuing now to their perception. So first of all, I'd like to say for the next few slides, you will always see the comparison between persons who have experienced gender-based violence and those who have not. You can see here that overall, many respondents said that policies on gender-based violence are clear and explicit. However, already there we can see a difference between those who have experienced gender-based violence and those who have not. Now taking a look at how effective the respondent said policies are put in practice, we can see a large difference between persons who have experienced gender-based violence disagreeing with the statement, 45 of them, so almost half of them, and in comparison to this, 19% of respondents who have not experienced gender-based violence. Another interesting aspect of the institutional responses is the perception of how confident are you that your institution could intervene. And then you can see here the two last bars, so on the bottom, that there's a huge difference between persons who have experienced gender-based violence, with over half of them saying that they're not confident in the institution to intervene, in comparison to 28% of those who have not experienced gender-based violence. But another interesting finding on this slide is, if you look through the different groups here, I portray this here by status groups, so between staff and students, there's actually no difference in their perception how confident they are that the institution could intervene. But if you go through like the different groups, you can see that minoritized groups, like for example LGBTQ+ community, or people with disability, or people who are stating that they have an ethnic minority background, are actually less confident in the institution to intervene. And as we've heard in the previous talk, those are the people who are most affected by gender-based violence. Continuing on the results of organizational tolerance of gender-based violence, we can see here there are quite many bars, but basically you can see there are 4 statements on the organizational tolerance of gender-based violence. For example, my institution would suggest reporting gender-based violence might affect its reputation on the left-hand side. And you can see the difference between the agreement here between persons who have experienced gender-based violence and those who have not. And here we can see that a huge part of those who have experienced it either strongly agree with it or agree with the statement. And this kind of continues this trend also with the statement, for example, my institution would create an environment where staying would be difficult, or my institution would punish or sanction the person making the report. Over all those statements, we can see quite a huge difference, and all of those are statistically significant between people who have experienced gender-based violence and those who have not experienced it. Continuing it now to the perception of the protection mechanisms of the institution and the perception of provision of services. Here you have to turn it around, because all those statements are positive statements on those protection mechanisms. So if somebody is agreeing to it, it's a positive sign. And as you can see with the red and yellow color, overall we have quite a good picture here. But then again, focusing on the disagreeing part, how many people have disagreed with those statements, it's again the group who have experienced gender-based violence. So those who were actually in need of protection mechanisms and those who were in need of provision of services. And for example, for the protection mechanisms, we can see on the left-hand side that people actually disagree that their institution would take steps to protect a person. And they disagree that they would take actions to remedy the factors leading to the situation. And now, finally, with my final finding slides on the P's, on the prosecution P, prosecution procedures. We were asking the respondents on a scale from very unlikely to very likely, how likely they think their institution would implement prosecution procedures, for example, disciplinary measures or internal grievance procedures. And there again, we can see that those who have experienced gender-based violence assume that this is very unlikely. So again, we can see institutional responses are failing those who are in need of them the most. And with this, I would like to come to my key messages. Half of the respondents are not aware of any prevention measures or policies at their institution. 2/3 of the respondents are aware that their institution's partnerships are existing with staff or students or representatives. Respondents who have experienced gender-based violence perceive policies aimed at tackling gender-based violence as less effective as those who have not experienced gender-based violence. And now to the final key message concerning several institutional responses, several areas. Respondents who have experienced gender-based violence and those who are belonging to minoritized groups, for example, LGBTQ+ community, women are not minoritized in a sense, but they're also affected, non-binary persons and people with an ethnic minority background or stating that they have a disability, have a lower confidence in the ability of the institution to intervene in case of gender-based violence incidents. They indicate a higher tolerance, organizational tolerance of gender-based violence at their institution. They also state a stronger disagreement with positive statements on the institution's protection mechanisms and provision of services. And finally, they also state a lower likelihood of the institution implementing procedures in case of formal reports. And with this, I'd like to come back to what my previous colleague Bruna stated before, the importance of really taking an institutional, intersectional approach when it comes to institutional responses. And the survey results also underline this, that we need to take a holistic approach in measuring gender-based violence, and we need to tackle this also with an intersectional approach. And with this, I'd like to thank you all for being here, to listening to us, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Claudia. No need to show you the 2-minute card for you, so thank you for that, sticking to the time. Okay, so to close this first part of this panel, it's my pleasure to introduce my friend and colleague Beatriz Ranea. She will present the analysis of the 16 case studies that we performed with the aim of understanding what does and what does not work in the implementation of these institutional responses. Beatriz is an assistant professor in the Department of Applied Sociology at the Faculty of Information Sciences of the Complutense University in Madrid. She holds a PhD in sociology and anthropology, and she has participated in several research projects in the field of gender studies, and her research interests are gender violence, masculinities, and social change, and she is also a very active feminist activism. So, Beatriz, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Lorena. Arratsaldeon. I wish I could speak in Basque, but I can't, so I will continue in English, trying to do it slow, in solidarity with the translation team. And first of all, I would like to thank the organization and especially the Ministry of Universities and also all the UCM team and Maria Bustel, of course, who was leading this. I'm going to present part of the qualitative results carried out in the UNISAFE project. We are presenting a lot of results today. And I'm speaking in behalf of the UCM team. So here is Lorena, Maria, and Bruna. and I am very lucky to be part of the UCM team. And we are going to present the results from the case studies developed during last year. And especially we are going to focus on what we have identified as facilitating and hindering factors in the implementation of institutional responses to gender-based violence within academia. The first step that we have to do, it was to select the institutional responses that we were going to analyze in deep, and for that we started from the mapping of measures that Susanna has presented, and of the different measures, 16 were selected for an in-depth analysis of their implementation through the qualitative methodology of case studies that I will now briefly explain. Before, just mention that among the measures that we selected, there were policies such as gender action plans and protocols against sexual harassment, help desk, awareness raising initiatives, and they were carried out in 16 universities in 15 countries, as you can see. And as for the methodology, a two-step procedure was followed, and the first step was that all the national researchers, whom we would like to thank for the wonderful work they developed, and some of them are already today here. Here we have Friederike from Germany, Cristina from Poland, Jessim from Turkey, and also Lorena and me, and I think I don't forget anybody. But there were more national researchers, and they carried out these individual case studies in each institution, and they carried out, as you see, some documental analysis, interviews with different actors within the institution, students, staff, implementers, members of the government boards of the universities, and they carried out also focus groups, maps of actors, and also field diaries that give us a lot of information. And this allows us to analyze in deep the design, the approval, and especially, as I said, the implementation of these institutional responses. And we were really interested in comparing what was on paper, what is on paper, and what is actually going on in the institutions. And we did all this in a really coordinated way, and I think that was perhaps one of the better things of the process that we learned together. And Natalie is here. Oh, sorry, Natalie, I forget. She's also a national researcher over there. Yes. And once the case studies, the individual case studies were done, we start the multi-level analysis, so the second step of the methodology. And for that, we try to compare and connect all the case studies and all the results from the individual case studies. And for the analysis, we use this analytical framework and all these analytical dimensions that you are probably seeing very small, but we wanted to show you in order to have a better understanding of the complex analysis we develop with all these interconnected dimensions. We analyze different dimensions, as I said, like actors, so the role of actors, who is doing who and how, and the role of institution, the structures within the institution, and also we analyze the area of ideas, especially putting a lot of attention in the framework where the institutional responses are thought, like equality, diversity, or human resources, and that makes a difference in the understanding of responses to gender-based violence within academia. And also we focus on analyzing the 7P model developed developed by UNICEF. And as I said, everything is really interconnected, and we are going to focus in these two dimensions, facilitating and hindering factors for the implementation of these institutional responses we analyze. And I'm going to mention then really quickly and almost as bullet points, but as you can imagine, everything is more complex, and we develop a complex analysis, and you can find it in the public report that is available in the UNICEF, on the UNICEF website, and we invite you to consult and to download and to read it also. And regarding the facilitating factors in order to implement this kind of measures, and if we focus in these facilitating factors regarding external factors, because there is, external factors sometimes play a very important or significant role in order to implement this kind of measures. And the first thing that we have to say is that context matters. So implementing institutional responses to gender-based violence can be significantly bolstered by the political and societal context, especially due to increased awareness about these issues within the society and also in the public agendas. And there was some cases where support from national or regional government was frequently mentioned as a facilitating factor, especially when having this kind of measures is mandatory. And also the role of European Union in this regard was also mentioned in several cases. Moving on, so with regard to facilitating factors linked to institutions, having the support of the university government board is essential not only for the approval, but also for these measures to have authority within the institution, and it is really important to have this authority for the implementation of the measure in order to confront the resistances that these measures usually find in the implementation process. So therefore, top management support is a key issue in order to implement institutional responses to gender-based violence. And other elements were mentioned, like the role of partnerships within and outside the institution, and also the possibility of developing informal processes in order to implement measures and apply quick responses to gender-based violence. In some cases, it was also mentioned as a facilitating factor having a bottom-up approach and participatory process. And in relation of facilitating factors linked to actors, as you can guess, the role of actors and networks between actors is also essential to implement this kind of responses. And there was a common issue highlighted as a facilitating factor, but also we will see that it can be a hindering factor as well. And that is that in most cases, so most institutional responses depend on the volunteer commitment and personal activism of some actors within the institution. And here, in several cases, they point out the significant role of feminist scholars within the institution in order to implement this kind of measures. Moreover, having gender expertise makes the difference as well. That is, having expert staff in charge of the implementation is one of the main facilitating factors regarding actors, and this was not always the case. Not in all the institutions, gender experts were in charge of implementing this kind of measures. Furthermore, both formal and informal networks makes possible the involvement of more actors, including professors, researchers, students, administrative staff, and so on, in the implementation. And what we know is that it is necessary to engage the academic community in order to successfully implement this kind of measures. I'm going to move to hindering factors quickly, because we analyze also factors that hinder implementation. And the main hindering factor linked to the context is the growth of anti-feminist and anti-gender narratives throughout Europe, having more impact in some specific countries, but raising a challenging among all the cases. And regarding actors, as I mentioned before, that implementation is frequently dependent on volunteer engagement of the actors. It's worth highlighting, for instance, that the involvement of academics seems to be part of the academic housework, in which women are more engaged than men, and which has little or no recognition within the academia, as you can see in the quotation of one of the interviewees. And hindering factors, so concerning hindering factors linked to institution, we have here a long list. Thanks. So I'm going to focus in one that was mentioned by Maria Silvestre before, because it is worth mentioning that the lack of resources allocated, it makes impossible to develop implementation, and that was the case in some of in the majority of the institutional responses analyzed. It is impossible to properly implement any response to gender-based violence if there is no staff allocated, or not budget at all, or no time, a very limited resource in academia. And also the lack of resources hinder the institutionalization of these responses to gender-based violence. And also as a hindering factor and as a resistance to implementation, and also as a hindering factor for victims to report cases, we have something that has been also highlighted during the sessions, that is the hierarchical structures within academia, another elephant in the room, because it's one of the main hindering factors regarding implementation, and also it was highlighted as a proper resistance to implementation. And well, I don't have time to explain all the resistances, but we have to be aware of the many resistance that institutions and the units in charge of implement these kind of measures confront, from not allocating sufficient resources, as I said, fear for the reputation of the institution that was mentioned also during the sessions, too much paperwork that is also a resistance, and furthermore active resistance, because resistances can be passive or active, so explicit or very subtle. We found also active resistances to implementation in some cases where actors, departments or units explicitly hinder implementation in different ways. And I'm going to finish my presentation referring to something that has been said in different ways, because we share some results in the quantitative and qualitative part of UNISAFE. Regarding hindering actors, we analyze also these hindering factors in reporting. So we ask through the case studies why victims and survivors do not report, and you find some of them here that are that agree with the factors that had been mentioned before. So the culture of silence is one of them. and also the mistrust in the institution, the fear for reprisals, and also the failure to apply intersectionality, as Bruna said, because we have seen in some cases that intersectionality is mentioned on paper, but is not applied. So victims of intersectional discrimination don't know where to go to report a case. And also unclear procedures was frequently mentioned, and re-victimization as well. So, as I said, I have explained it just as bullet points, but we invite you to read the public report, all the public reports from UNISAFE. Eskerrik asko, thank you very much.
Thank you, Beatriz. Okay, so we have now 10 minutes for your thoughts, insights, or questions to the speakers. If that's okay, maybe we can gather 2-3 questions, and then we will give the floor back to the speakers to answer. So, anybody would like to ask or share anything? Okay, so one question here and another. Yeah, you can start, and then Frederica.
Thank you very much. I have had the pleasure to be interviewed for this project, so it's really marvelous and exciting to see the results. I have some question about the academic and institutional constraints, if you can add something, because also for us the path dependence, the institutional path dependence in the insert a new service in our university, it was a problem. So I want some new information about the other university or other contest. Thank you.
Hello, thank you for all the results. Can you maybe elaborate a little bit on the link between the importance of an intersectional approach and the partnerships with activists? Like we talked a lot about the importance of the intersectional approach. And what do you think are the reasons that an institutional response are not able to address the intersectional impacts of gender-based violence?
Hi, I'm Irone Martinez. I'm from Chile, from the Ministry of Education. So I would like to ask to Susana if you can elaborate about the diagnosis and the monitoring and evaluation of the policies, because it's one of our main problems now for the policy in Chile. For the we have a law that it's mandatory to education institutions, and it's mandatory to do the monitoring and evaluation, but we are not close to do it. So if you can say if you see some problems in indicators or other things. And to Beatriz, if you can elaborate about the importance to feminist activists to to responses in education institutions. Sorry. Thank you. I think se entendió, ¿cierto?
So, if there is no other questions, maybe we can start with Susana and, yeah, we'll follow the same order. Is that okay?
Thank you so much for the question. And it's a pleasure having someone from Chile here listening to our research outputs. I'm not sure if I understood correctly whether the problem in Chile is on the level of the legal and policy framework, so on the paper, or in applying into practice. So we can also talk later informally. What we found in our research was that a very frequent indicator for reporting was, for example, the number of cases reported. This very much relates to what was said previously, that institutions understand this indicator as the lower it is, the better. And I think it's really important to shift this perspective and say the more the better, because it's in the interest of the institutions to find out about the cases, ideally as soon as possible, and resolve them. So that would be an indicator. If I was to speak from the on behalf of the Czech case and the Czech Republic, we see that, for example, our ministry collects a lot of data, so there is a lot of monitoring happening. It is prescribed by law and policies, but the ministry itself does not have a capacity to analyze this data. So this then decreases, for example, the motivation of the institutions to report properly, I would say. And I'm happy to talk more later. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Friederike, for the question. So why is an intersectional approach important in institutional responses? Well, first of all, we see, based on the data, on the evidence from the UNISAFE survey, that women and people from minoritized groups are the ones that are most affected by gender-based violence. And why do institutions don't have an intersectional approach yet? Well, I think we've already heard before from Bruna the necessity to have like a more innovative and more creative approach to it. I guess one of the reasons are insecurities how to approach it, but also in general, gender-based violence is still quite a it's still quite a taboo topic in a sense, and people, I think, just started now with the #MeToo movement in 2017 to really talk about it and really to talk about how we can tackle it. And and then intersectionality, maybe as a last point too, often diversity or intersectionality is used as a buzzword of institutions instead of really taking a look at, do we have an intersectional approach, and what do we need to implement one? So I think we need many bright heads really focusing on how to tackle this problem and taking a creative approach too. Thank you.
Well, thanks for the question. So regarding feminist scholars, what we analyzed is that in a lot of cases, they were pointed out as a facilitating factor in order to push the institution to take some measures or to implement properly the institutional response that were designed and approved, but they weren't implemented. So they were mentioned several times, as well as feminist scholars that are on top management positions and also develop a special role in order to implement the measures. So they are really important also in cases where the measure is not working. They build networks to kind of response to incidents within the institution. So they are important in different ways within the implementation of these responses, because of the personal commitment also with the issue.
Okay, thank you very much to the three speakers. I will invite you now to leave and listen to the last part from the audience, which I think it's maybe nicer for you. And I will present the rest of the panel from there. Okay, so please, we have now the last part of the session, and it will be a conversation between three representatives of what could be called inspiring cases or inspiring institutional practices. They will be highlighting some key factors for effective implementation and also maybe few things that would still need to be improved. And the conversation will be facilitated by Maria Bustelo. So please, Maria Bustelo, come back to the stage. You already know her well, but I will be introducing her. But before that, if you want, Yvonne, I cannot see you. I see Lina there, Elena and Yvonne, if you want to please join us here in the stage. Thank you. So, as I was saying, Maria will be conducting this conversation. She is Associate Professor of Political Science and Public Administration at the Complutense University of Madrid. And she has led the UNISAFE work packet in charge of the qualitative analysis. She has also been involved in other European structural change projects like Supera, where she was the coordinator, or the Genovate, where she was the leading evaluation partner. And she co-leads research group on gender and politics and the Master of Evaluation Programs and Public Policies at the UCM. And at the same university, at the UCM, she was the delegate of the Rector for Equality from 2015 to 2019. And our three colleagues here in the conversation will be Elena Leñena. Thank you, Elena, for joining us. She's Professor of Law at the University of the Basque Country. And for the last 15 years, she has focused her research and publications on the study of laws for gender equality in women's access to board of directors and decision-making bodies. And since February 2021, she has been the Director for Equality at the University of the Basque Country. Among her experiences, she highlights the one related to the implementation of the protocol against gender-based violence in this university. And from a personal point of view, she said she wants to highlight, she explains how it is an exciting challenge to intervene directly in the process of change in universities to put an end to violence in academia. Then we also have with us Lina Folma. She studied social sciences and conducted research on the professionalization of gender equality work in higher education in her doctoral thesis. And then in 2017, she switched from theory to practice and now works at the University of Cologne as a diversity and anti-discrimination manager. So it's so nice to have both theorists and practitioners all together here in the table. And last, I have the pleasure to welcome also Yvonne Galligan. She is the Director of Equality, Diversity and Inclusion and Professor of Comparative Politics in the Technological University of Dublin. She publishes extensively on gender equality issues in public life. She also writes on equality and inclusion in higher education, and she has held different leadership posts in professional associations, including, for example, the President of the Political Studies Association of Ireland, Vice President of the International Politics Science Association, and she presently chairs the Royal Irish Academy's Ethics, Politics, Law and Philosophy Committee. And among other things, he has been elected Honorary Fellow of the Trinity College Dublin and recipient of an Honorary Doctorate of Science in Social Science from the University of Edinburgh. So welcome, the three of you, and yes, please start with the conversation. I will be down.
Okay, yeah, thank you so much, Lorena, such a nice moderator. Thank you so much, Elena, Lina, and Yvonne for having accepted our invitation to have this conversation on the institutional responses to gender-based violence in your different institutions. In this case, the University of the Basque Country, the University of Cologne, and the Technological University of Dublin in Ireland. We have seen in this panel that we already have several institutional responses to the gender-based violence phenomenon in academia. We have also seen that it is very important a first step consisting on formulating and planning good and adequate responses. That's important. But we already know it is equally important the implementation of those responses. The translation from paper to action is never automatic, and on the contrary, it seems it's very frequently especially problematic and quite actor-dependent and context-dependent. We have three really inspiring practices around these three universities. Of course, we probably will also talk in this conversation about what it is still lacking. Okay, but the idea of this conversation is this idea of trying to highlight especially the facilitating factors. So we are going to start with a first question. We will do this like this. We will have first question more regarding the planning, the formulation, and the design of the institutional responses. And then we will have another tackling more the implementation part. So we are going to start with this first question on the design and formulation of institutional responses to gender-based violence. And we start with Elena Leinenia from the Basque Country University. Let me just switch to Spanish because we are going to take advantage of this simultaneous wonderful translation. Thank you very much to the translators. So, voy a cambiar al...
I'm going to change it to English, therefore, okay? Elena, I remember a first protocol at the University of the Basque Country, which was highlighted, which stood out at the universities within Spain to be more extensive than the protocols normally were and to try to encompass different gender-based violences. That is to say, in a pluralistic manner. It's a protocol which was deeply reviewed and there's a more recent one. What would you highlight as the main characteristics or features or factors or key factors that have facilitated the design of an institutional response to gender-based violences and harassment in the University of the Basque Country? Hi, good afternoon. First of all, I would like to thank you to the Spanish Presidency of the European Council and also to UNISAFE for having organized this second conference and for having chosen the University of the Basque Country to do so. First of all, as was highlighted by Maria very well, in 2017, the institution, the truth was, firmly supported the preparing or drafting a protocol which was a modern protocol, and above all, it should encompass all types of gender violences. A very extensive protocol because of all of that special typology of violence, especially at a university level. But for this, in that design, a multidisciplinary working group integrated by teaching staff, personnel, administration and services staff, and also external experts from the university, external to the university. But also there's a common link or nexus here, and that is that the people with competencies and skills on this subject matter, experts in all of these issues related to the different types of gender violence. So subsequently, that multidisciplinary team, what it did was to subdivide into 2 working teams. The first of these, what it did was to analyze the existing protocols up until that time in all of the, in the majority of the public universities here in Spain. And then the second of the working teams, what it did was to commence a listening and participating process and among us, all the collectivities in university. And once we gathered all of the needs and all of the observations that were made, we addressed the drafting of the protocol, coming to a consensus in the intersectorial commission of the university, which was integrated in turn by the representatives of the rector team, management team, union participation, and students. And the protocol was approved a year and a half later by the council, the governing council or body of the university. So therefore, I would highlight here 2 very important issues as regards to this. First of these is, when preparing the inter-protocol, all of the collectives, all of the sectors in the university participated. And secondly, and that is that we came to a consensus. That's a consensus text where voluntarily all of the different collectives adhered to. There were resistances, obviously, by the hierarchical and complex setup of the institution. There were resistance by different collectives, students, and the trade unions, but we adopted and we achieved the consensus and we managed to approve it.
Claro que además.
Thank you so much, Elena. You've underlined the idea of experts participating. That is a very important thing. And you've also talked about design through a participatory design that ended up in a consensus in spite of the pushback.
For the next speaker, to Lina, okay, to the University of Cologne. In the University of Cologne, as I think in most of the institutions in Germany, you have been working on under a framework of diversity. Not only gender equality, but gender equality and diversity, where gender equality is part of a more ample way of considering all different types of discrimination. What would you highlight as the main features and key facilitating factors for the design concretely in this anti-discrimination directive that you have at the University of Cologne? Of course, also, maybe you might point out also what are the improvements to be made still. So please, Lina.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I think we have at the University of Cologne a very solid diversity strategy. So gender equality is one of the strategic fields we work on. The other 5 fields are anti-racism, educational equity, that's about socioeconomic background and class, inclusion of people with disabilities, family friendliness, and anti-discrimination, of course. Anti-discrimination is about complaint procedures and unconscious bias. And so we have representatives and expertise in all of those strategic fields, which is a good ground to work intersectionally, but I think I'll come to that later. And we have 6 faculties. Every faculty has its own officer for gender and diversity, its own gender equality officer, and some faculties even have their own unit for diversity. And we also have a very vivid network with all the consultants that work on diversity, and we meet twice a year and also talk about discrimination cases. And I think another important network is the gender equality officers, who also meet on a regular basis, who are actually responsible for the management of gender-based violence. And they meet on a regular basis, also talk about all these different kinds of cases, about problems, about new measures. And I think so we have a very broad network of actors who deal with discrimination cases. And we have the directive, an anti-discrimination directive that includes binding procedures for all the consultants who work with discrimination cases, so also for lecturers who potentially could be a contact point for discrimination cases. And this directive distinguishes between, like also we heard most universities do, between formal and informal procedures. So informal procedures are all procedures that are outside the legal way of dealing with cases, and formal procedures is when we try to apply the German General Act on Equal Treatment of the university and try to deal legally with the cases of gender-based violence. And I think most of the cases are dealt informally with. So informal means that we offer mediation or conversations with the perpetrators, and the formal procedures are for very severe cases. So I think our advantage is this broad network. So we have a lot of people you can go to if you need contact points for all kinds of discrimination. But it's also disadvantaged because we know, and also we know it from the UNISAFE survey, that it has a low visibility and that people perceive it as confusing to have so many contact points. So that's actually a thing we work on. So we decided to establish a central contact point, a central consultation point in 2024, so next year, to centralize this network and to offer a coordination of all these consultants we have. So we hope that it will increase visibility with contact points, and that we have maybe a better, a better control and also better data on the discrimination cases we're having. We collect data, so we ask every consultant to report the kinds of discrimination cases they have on an anonymous basis. So we collect data every year, we present this data on this consultants' networks and try to raise or to think of new measures based on that data. So I think that's good on paper, but we will talk about implementation later.
Yeah, thank you so much, Lina. I think you raised something that is very interesting. That is the tension between what we need to decentralize and what we need to centralize. And it is clear that big universities such as the Basque Country and the University of Cologne, at a certain point you have to decentralize because really university life happens in the different faculties and in the different places, not at the central level, right? But at the same time, you say, now you are with this idea of needing to centralize as a focal point for the different discriminations. Really interesting to point out that. Okay, so. Now, Yvonne, very nice having you here. In Ireland, you have a very good national framework on gender equality and on violence also, dealing with gender-based violence. And especially I think that in TU Dublin, what you have done is to adapt that national framework to context, something that we know it is very important. And also do this first idea of the design of the measures from a participatory point of view, perspective with working groups. What kind of main features and key facilitating factors would you highlight? Thank you.
Thank you, Maria, and it's wonderful to be here. Thank you for the invitation, and it's wonderful to get the opportunity to talk to the community of scholars, activists, and administrators around these issues in a European context. Because this is often lone work. This is work that we do and we lead in our universities, often without connecting with other people. So this is a wonderful opportunity to do that. In TU Dublin, I want to say, first of all, that TU Dublin is a new university. And that is, in fact, a facilitating factor. It has its challenges, but there are opportunities in this also, because it allows a university to start afresh and to imagine what it wants to be and what it wants to achieve. And so we have taken full advantage of this opportunity, and we developed a comprehensive action plan that deals with the culture across the university, that deals with a common policy or policies across the university, that provides education and awareness raising right across the university, and has specific actions geared to specific groups and around specific issues. And the advantage of that is that it means that every part of the university has to be engaged in this issue, rather than some saying, no, we've no problem here and we're not going to do it. And it's also important because as a technological university, we are heavily, heavily male-dominated, but in terms of staff and in terms of students. Our engineering and built environment faculty is one of our largest, is our largest faculty, comprising 40% of both staff and students in the university. And engineering faculties are ones where issues around gender-based violence are very difficult to surface. So it's important that we have strong actions and that we have a comprehensive action plan around the issues that arise. As you say, we are advantaged in having a national framework. Siobhan, my colleague Siobhan O'Brien-Green has mentioned that earlier, and it was also on the slides, that successive ministers for higher education have given priority to, and both successively have spoken out very, very strongly in the public arena and to all higher education institutions and to higher education leaders, saying that there is zero tolerance for gender-based violence in our sector. And I think that's a very important message to come out, because that reduces the senior level resistance that we might have received if that strong message were not out there from the people who fund the university system, because all our universities are public universities. And so there is a recognition internally that we need to address this question. And it has enabled us to have a dedicated sexual violence and harassment prevention and response manager who has been highly active in implementing our action plan. So we've had a number of advantages that might not be in the Basque context, and to some extent also not in the German context, because we're at the other end of the spectrum to the University of Cologne in terms of maturity. We're a university in the making rather than a university that has become. And so we've been able to capitalize on that and navigate our way through it.
Yeah, thank you so much. So interesting, right? I mean, you have the advantage of the latecomers, maybe, you're right, and with no path dependency that we also have in all our institutions. But of course, you have also done these strong actions and a comprehensive action plan, which is compulsory also. Yeah. So that's also very interesting to take into account. Okay, so now focusing on the implementation. of the institutional responses to gender-based violence and harassment at the universities. Now, trying to see that, I'm going to ask Elena, so I will switch again to Spanish. Okay, so Elena,
Elena, at the University of the Basque Country, we've had a very strong institutional commitment with 2 consecutive female vice-chancellors. This is the only Spanish university with 2 women being at the top rank of the university for 2 consecutive terms, and they've shown interest in this. But you've also had the participation of the university community in the design of the protocol. Have you also achieved this bottom-up movement in the day-to-day application of the protocol? What would you underline as facilitating factors for the implementation, and which are the things that still need some work? Well, first of all, I was going to say it, but Maria said it already. The implementation of the protocol is done through the Gender Equality Unit at the university, but we've always had full support from the Governance Council, the former one and the current one. As a result of that, we've had 2 rectoral teams led by women. This has been fundamental because otherwise it would have been very difficult or impossible to implement it in the way we did. So it's very important. The governing team has to be firmly committed because without that commitment, the gender equality units wouldn't have been able to cater for the recommendations that were given to them. At a public university, there are some decisions that are to be made by the vice-chancellors. So it would have been impossible otherwise. It would have been impossible to implement the protocols for the complaints that we've collected. But this commitment is also extensive to other units. For example, the Vice-Chancellor's office, sometimes they report the complaints. This is a protocol that is implemented as long as the person who has reported agrees. So there is this willingness. There is another issue, which is rigor in the implementation of the procedure. There is a regulation, and we try to comply with it. It encompasses many different types of cases, and its goal is to make sure that the victim is safe. We focus on the victim, and we respond in a proportional manner. And everything we do is evidence-based. We try to obtain important evidence so that we can provide response measures which are proportional to the case, and they are always informed. This has always been very important because every case is different. And when it comes to implementation, we've seen that every case is different. As measures for improvement, as we've mentioned, we need more human resources, experts for embracing these people, and we also need legal advice, psychological advice, counseling, well, a multidisciplinary team, actually. Thank you so much. We need more resources. And probably in Spain, the University of the Basque Country is one of the universities with the highest budgets. But still, if we compare ourselves to other European universities, we are very low in terms of resources.
Lina. Of course, a diversity framework is always a little bit complicated, and as you said, for addressing a very ample spectrum of discriminations and for doing it in an intersectional way, especially if you have the different discriminations, right, separated. So, focusing on the implementation, what would you highlight as the main features and key facilitating factors, particularly regarding actors?
Okay, thanks, thank you. Yeah, I think I will have to repeat a lot of the results we already learned from the UNISAFE survey, to be honest. So, as I said, we have a very broad diversity strategy, and we have a lot of expertise in all different kinds of diversity fields, which, well, is actually a good starting point to work intersectionally, but we still struggle to really translate this expertise into action. And I think that's the main point, the discrepancy between paper and reality, or paper and action. So we learned that although we have, I think, a very good strategy and a very broad network, it's still very highly dependent on the people in charge who really deal with the cases of discrimination and gender-based violence. So a lot of the consultants are electoral officers, like the gender equality officer, like the liaison lecturers, the electoral officers, so there is no guarantee that they have the competence on anti-discrimination, on gender-based violence, on all the forms of discrimination, that they have enough awareness. So we see that people sometimes, although we have the binding directive, don't really take action or don't really follow the directive, or are afraid to get sued, especially when the perpetrators are professors who can afford lawyers and legal advice. So there is still a lot of victim blaming, of course, and also when it comes to intersectional work. So what was interesting when we established a consultant point or contact point for racism, we get reports from the consultant, from the woman who does the consultation, and we see that all the students of color, is only for students, that point, who come to this anti-racism consultation, they are almost all women and queer people, so they're effective of intersectional discrimination. And I very highly suspect that when people of color experience sexual violence, they don't come to the gender equality officers, they come to the anti-racism consultations, because all our consultants are white people, except of the anti-racism consultants. And when we established the anti-racism consultant, which is a black woman who's a professional therapist, our reports on racism exploded from one year to another. And that's really something, because I think that it's not only expertise, it's really representation. We need more representation of people of color in key positions and in consultation. And yeah, that's where we struggle to deal with intersectional forms of discrimination. And also the German law, I think, is not perfect when it comes to gender-based violence. So the burden of proof lies with the victim. The victim has to prove that there has been no consent. Although everyone knows that there has been violence, we sometimes cannot do something legally, and that's so frustrating, even in very severe cases. And that's sometimes just the law kind of stops the whole process. But there are also good cases. So as soon as people are in power and people who have the power to sanctionize, to take action, are willing to do so, are not afraid to get sued, are cooperative with the Gender Equality Office, we really have good results. We have fast decisions, we have fast sanctions, and that's very positive cases, but it depends highly on the awareness of the people for discrimination.
Thank you so much. That's really good, fast actions and the ability to have that, right? Okay, so Yvonne, looking at the implementation, I think that in TU Dublin, it is especially relevant, the idea of having a leading person with enough epistemic authority. What you can tell about that, and what would you highlight for the implementation?
Yes, I think you're right, Maria. I think the fact that my own personal background is one of a gender scholar, and working at a senior level in the university, brings its own special power, and along with that special responsibility, to bring the university along this path in identifying, acknowledging, and addressing gender-based violence in our university. It's more difficult to argue against an individual or a group of people who have a background and who have an expertise in this area. It also, though, means that sometimes people feel that, well, it's all done because, you know, the EDI directorate led by the EDI director knows it all and has it all sorted, so we don't have to worry about it. So the responsibility is to make sure that they see that others have a responsibility in that area too. And one of the ways that we are doing this is working on building a team of experienced disciplinary officers, where we are training them and giving them the knowledge of how to handle these reports in a trauma-informed manner. And that is a big cultural shift for our university, even for people to think that they must take a trauma-informed perspective. Because again, given the background from which our university comes, there is still a bit of a feeling that, well, this is only boys fooling around, and nothing much was meant by it. And so we need to really stamp down on those conversations and show how inappropriate it is to take that approach. But I also think that one of the things that we're trying to do, and I think in the context of the discussions today, I'd like to touch on a little bit, and it is that natural justice procedures, where you have the victim and the perpetrator put into an antagonistic position against one another, isn't always the most trauma-informed way of addressing these problems. And while natural justice absolutely needs to be there and has to have its place, there have to be other ways of addressing this problem. Because most of the people that experience gender-based violence wanted to stop, not just for them, wanted to stop for them personally for sure, but they also don't want anybody else to be affected by that activity or by the behavior of a perpetrator. And so understanding the harm that goes with gender-based violence, I think is important. So that requires a whole educative process for the university that we try and are at the early stages of implementing strong bystander training, receiving disclosures training, and enabling both staff and students to discuss these issues separately and together in order to tackle the issues that we face. So it can be a little bit of a challenge to get others to take responsibility for the area, but it's absolutely necessary. Otherwise, it's not going to be successful.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah. Thank you so much. So interesting to think. I think in all the cases we have talked about also the need for also having these informal procedures and not only the formal with many times the legal and the administrative constraints that they know and that they do it in an antagonistic way. I think we are running out of time, and we will have now our questions and answers time that, of course, Lorena is going to moderate. So,
yes. If you look at your watches, you will see that we only have 3 minutes according to schedule. I know that you European people are probably hungry. We are behind your dinner schedule, but I think it worth the time, to take the opportunity that we have our wonderful speakers here. So maybe we can take 10 minutes, if that's okay with you all, because I'm sure that you will have some insights or questions to pose here. So we will do the same as before, gather 3 questions, 4 questions, and then we will have a final, if that's okay. So, yeah, there was 1 question over there, and then 1 on the back, and 3rd question there, 4 question there. Okay, I'm stopping it here, and then we'll see. So please.
Okay. Hello. Thank you so much for everyone. A lot to think about, actually. I was wondering if you have any observations or comments on the role of the relationship between different groups at universities. And the groups that I have in my mind, academic staff, administrative staff, and students, and perhaps different students, different student groups, and assistants, for instance. That's another group that's squeezed in different groups in the hierarchy of the university. How implementation? How do you think implementation is affected by tensions or collaborations among these different groups? So I was thinking, the role of top management, for instance, their support is, we've been talking about that, or the role of feminists, in the universities. But I'm thinking it might be useful to look at how different groups at the universities are positioned in terms of, implementation of all these procedures. Thank you.
Yes. If you can raise your hand, so maybe make it easier for her. Okay, you already located him, of course. We've got a wonderful team here.
Gracias. George, Portugal. Yo voy a preguntar en español porque la cuestión...
Going to speak in Spanish because the question is for Elena Leonina. How was the student movement in the decision and the development of the protocol and its implementation in comparison to other groups of staff, teaching staff, and so on? And in comparison to those groups, what was the comparative percentage of them? Where was it balanced, or was there a big difference between one and the other, or not? What was the movement, student movement? Hi, Miguel from the University of Cordoba. First of all, I want to thank the very interesting talk and the three speakers and the quality of the three speakers. A very quick question to Dr. Elena. As regards the protocol, the truth be said, I don't know whether it's reflected, I haven't had the opportunity to read it, but there are any specific periods stipulated so that when our case is detected or where there's any reporting has been done, were there any specific periods, especially vis-a-vis bureaucracy, or where a teacher or a girl or a woman at the end of the course may file a report and they start the next year's studies. I don't know whether there's a period which has been defined in order to resolve the situation, if you catch what I'm saying. Thank you.
Maybe we gather that one as well, and then, yeah.
Hello. So thank you so much, all of you, for the insights. And my question is for Elena. I thought it was very interesting when you mentioned about the that some group of students, they go to the Anti-Racism Association to report instead of going to European backgrounds. I can actually relate to that because I was also a student in the UK and I couldn't really relate to the ads for gender-based violence. So I was wondering if within the group of data collection and, for example, awareness-raising campaign, are they also diverse team involved in these procedure before the implementation itself?
Can you repeat the last part? I'm sorry. I was
wondering if at your university, from, for example, in the data collection and in the making of awareness-raising campaign, is the team diverse? Making these implementation and these strategies.
You want me to answer?
Yeah, please. The order that you want.
I just take the last question. Is that okay? So, that's a good question. We were a completely white team, and we got a lot of critique from the students. We have a students department of Black Indigenous people of color, which I think was founded in 2020. And they took a lot of critique on us and reacted to that. And right now we have, like, I would say, we have one strategist on anti-racism who's a black woman. We have another colleague who's a man of color. And we try to have a quota on people of color when we gain new positions in our team, which we have to be very strict on that. And we have to do it, without the HR department knowing it, because they wouldn't allow us to do it. So we kind of have to make an internal secret quota on, are we online, by the way? We have like a secret quota to have more people of color, but it's not part of the university strategy, it's just our department. So it's kind of a paradox situation. So yeah, we are getting more diverse, but we have been all white when we started to do the work, yeah.
Bueno, voy a contestar.
Okay, I'm going to answer. First of all, well, the second of the questions that have been asked to us as regards how the protocol was prepared, especially the listening process. I'm not the right person because I'm just talk about this because I didn't participate in the process. However, it was conveyed to me that the process was quite long and it was costly because, and the truth is, there were resistances, that is to say, by groups of students, organized groups of students who may have had specific interests in mind, but the text had to come to a consensus. But it was a listening and participating process, which was quite long over time, costly, shall we say, very well organized, and always with people with competencies, feminist competencies, and who knew about the subject matter, and that is what, at the end of the day, managed to help us to come to a consensus, because we had to progress, we had to advance. And I imagine that all of the groups had to give in a little. Okay, and this is related perhaps to one of the first questions that was asked to us. How do we manage things? Because there were resistances, there are, and there will be, obviously. But each group, each actor, shall we say, that forms part of the university or the university collective, have different interests or different nuances or even different, they work at a different pace, but in equality and the Department for Equality and the institution, we have to act in a specific way. And that is to say, we have a regulation that means that unless it's modified or changed, we will have to try and follow it. And with that regulation, we can achieve the objectives we want, or the goals we want, as to protect the victim of the university, to guarantee security and the safety of this person, and to contribute reparatory measures. And unless we come to a moment where we have to modify or change the regulation because of the needs we had, or remedial, shall we say, but we will have to change and bear in mind the intersectionality and diversity issues will have to be borne. Unless it's changed, while it's not changed, let's say the regulation has to be met the way it is when the time of change comes. Depending upon whatever groups want, we will have to change it if need be. And the third question is that the University of the Basque Country Protocol against gender violence has no specific periods set for this, but it's a protocol which, and I insist, is focused on taking care of the victim or the victims, and sometimes the victim or the victims have their own rhythms, shall we say, and as it's a regulation which is an internal regulation to which the university has committed itself and adhered to, that it doesn't have any specific period, as I was saying, to take care of that complaint. So therefore, from the moment where it's reported, or the victim, him or herself, comes to us and talks, and that person subscribes the protocol, that they want the protocol to be applied, time goes by. Sometimes it's a week, a few days, sometimes it's 2 weeks long. So therefore, we don't have any specific period determined for this. Another thing, however, is when we adopt a precautionary measure, or when we adopt a precautionary measure, as I said, we start to gather information. It's a process. And when we resolve it, when it's resolved, for example, you separate a student from a specific classroom setting, that is why, and as it's a resolution of a vice rector, man or woman, that's where the administrative periods enter into the administrative procedure. But up until then, there aren't any specific, the protocol doesn't contemplate any specific period, that's what I'm saying, or timeline.
I'd like to address the question of the relationship between different staff and student groups that I think was asked earlier. And I think this is a really interesting question, and it's one I think that probably every university navigates in a different way. I think on the one hand, one has the student union and its agenda, and that can be hugely helpful to an anti-gender-based violence and a zero-tolerance culture. And it's important that the Students' Union be integrated into any policy development or procedural development in respect of tackling gender-based violence. And then on the other hand, one has or may have, and we certainly have in our university, we have very strong trade union groups who have to protect the interests of their members. And this is a conversation, in fact, I was having earlier with my colleague Alain from Yellow Window around all of this. And the way we've navigated it in TU Dublin is to integrate the members, officers of the trade union movement informally into any working group that we have. But also we go through the formal consultation process with them as well. When we want, as part of the approval process for our action plan. And so in doing that and it being part of that process raises the awareness of those who are trade union representatives to the complexities of gender-based violence, which means that, that they are, if they so choose, and it's always if they choose, they can come to a more nuanced position around issues of their defending their members' interests. So it's not a perfect solution, and life is messy, and this issue is probably one of the messier ones that universities have to deal with. But I think dialogue, discussion, formal and informal, keeping open channels of communication, I think is vital for the success of any initiatives to address gender-based violence.
Okay, thank you so much to our three speakers here, our three speakers beforehand. So we know that the issue is messy, but we already know the facts. And we feminists know how we need to load ourselves with evidence-based facts. So we've got them, we've got some frames, we've got some nice ideas here, we know more or less what is already working, we know what needs to be improved, for example, intersectionality, among many other things. But this is going to be our focus tomorrow. We will be focusing on the recommendations and how to actually better tackle the issue a little bit. So I hope that we will see you all here tomorrow. We leave it here now, not without acknowledging the work of all the people behind the scene and all the technical teams, the interpreters, thank you for the job, the language interpreters as well. And thank you to all of you. See you tomorrow.
Did you enjoy that? I'm so sorry that I didn't